We do have a live stream outside, but we can't be having people on stairs or things like that because of fire code. We'll get in trouble. So if you have a seat, you're more than welcome to be here. If not, we have set up an overflow room outside. Anyways, we'll start in a few minutes. We'll continue on.
Right there between these two guys. No. Raise your hand right there.
Question, does any senator sitting in the room have an aux cable with them? We need it for the live stream. The speakers aren't working. Are you going to hear the whole meeting now?
If you were in a seat that's blocking the door, you cannot block the door, unfortunately. So if we can move away from blocking those doors, that would greatly appreciate it. Thank you all.
Call meeting order is 7:06 p.m. Quick little housekeeping note. If you guys are standing and you do not have a chair, you must exit the room. Additionally, if you're blocking any type of doorway, you need to move your chair. So steps doesn't work. You need a chair. If you're sitting on the steps, you must exit the room. And it's because of fire code. We don't want to do that. Obviously, we want to have as many people in here as possible. However, if you do not have a chair, you must exit the room. Additionally, over here, we're in front of the doorway. We need to, if you guys could please rearrange your seats in such a way it doesn't block the doorway. That's also a matter of fire code, Chair Sonka. If you could make sure that we have that taken care of as Sergeant Arms, please, sir. Other than that, I wanted to address one thing really quick before we start the meeting. That was in the battalion today. I was printed in a quote that I would like to address really quickly. I already discussed it with the editor as well as the person that wrote it, and it says, when asked about whether the Senate's response to the incident would be reactive or proactive regarding the February 9th incident, Mitchell declined to comment. The reason that I declined to comment was because the very nature of the question asked me if a response could be reactive or proactive. And I felt it was like it was a gotcha question trying to get me to say that it was a reactive statement. There have been some proactive measures taken, which I'm sure everyone will hear about tonight. But this has since been removed from the online edition. I've gotten apologies from the writer as well as the editor-in-chief of the battalion, but I wanted to address that before going forward. And that does it for my opening remarks. We're now going to move on to agenda item 2, approval of the February 10th and February 11th minutes. If there are any objections to approving these minutes, we'll be adopting them by unanimous consent, so please voice them now. Seeing none, these minutes are approved. We'll now move into a period of opening roll call led by Pro Tem Dean.
SCD Benigno.
Howdy.
Chief Justice Smith.
Howdy.
Speaker Mitchell.
Howdy.
Myself, Chair Sonka.
Howdy.
Chair Page.
Howdy.
Chair Finney.
Howdy.
Chair Lander.
Howdy.
Chair Carlson.
Howdy.
Chair Hood.
Howdy.
Chair Bosworth.
Howdy.
Gordon.
Howdy.
Allen.
Howdy.
Walker.
Howdy.
Roach. Renfro.
Howdy.
Smith. Chapman. Stabort.
Howdy.
Rose. DeLeon.
Howdy.
Hendricks.
Howdy.
Henderson.
Howdy.
Hess.
Howdy.
Lambert. Turpin. Howdy. Gilliland. Howdy. Cook.
Howdy.
Sweet.
Howdy.
Patel. Habib.
Howdy.
Blair.
Howdy.
Kubiar. Howdy. Kuplak.
Howdy.
Luce.
Howdy.
Schaller. Howdy. Day. Howdy. Clavin.
Howdy.
Roseanne.
Howdy.
Clark.
Howdy.
Price.
Howdy.
Rios.
Howdy.
Blackman.
Howdy.
Bonin. Brennan.
Howdy.
Chen.
Howdy.
Collins.
Howdy.
Cuevas.
Howdy.
Emmons.
Howdy.
Giles.
Howdy.
Gill. Hemphill.
Howdy.
Hutton. Cruz. Langston. Loving.
Howdy.
McNair. McDonald. Mendoza. Murtha. Hill.
Howdy.
Rao. Simpson. Statham.
Howdy.
Strother.
Howdy.
Trano. Turner.
Howdy.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Dean. We'll now move into a period of our invocation and pledges of allegiance given by Senate's Chair Lander.
Dear Lord, I pray that as we go through this meeting tonight, you give us the wisdom, you give us the guidance to do what is in your best will and best for the students at Texas A&M. Let us at all times remember that every student is all part of the Aggie family. We represent all students, and that may you help us go about this rest of the meeting with that on our mind. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We'll now move into a period of reading our mission statement and Aggie Honor Code led by Senator B.
Texas A&M Mission Statement. The Texas A&M University Student Senate represents all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience within our university and communities through research, legislation, and advocacy in accordance with the core values of our institution. Aggie Honor Code. An Aggie does not lie, cheat, or steal, nor tolerate those who do.
We'll now move into a period of sing the spirit of Aggieland. For our guests, we do not do the hump it. It's a more formal sing, so we'll sing the alma mater without the yelling.
Some may rose the proudest hope of the school living serene, but there's a spirit in every soul. It's the spirit of Aggie land. The Aggies are we. True to each other as Aggies can be. We got to fight, boys, we got to fight. We got to fight for maroon and white. African roots did all the rest. Come and join the best. We are the Aggies are we. We're from Texas A&M.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into a period of open forum. By rule, open forum will last 1 hour. We have 19 people signing up, and there will be equal times of presentation and question and answer for each person. So using my best Aggie math, if someone try to double check if they wish, that's 1 minute and 34 seconds of presentation and 1 minute and 34 seconds of question and answer for each presenter. So with that, we will begin with Adam Brennan, a supply chain management major living off campus, fighting Texas Aggie class of 2017. You'll have 1 minute 34 beginning at howdy, sir.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Well, today there's going to be some students sharing their stories of being a minority here on campus. And the reason I brought some of these students here today is because I want to work with y'all on a campaign to help stand up against racism. We all heard of the event that happened over a couple weeks ago, and that stuff happens every single day at Texas A&M, and we need to put an end to it. What I'm asking here from this body is that individuals within this body help me work on a campaign to gather students' stories that they've been racially, use racial language, and help make that into a poster, similar to the Step In, Stand Up campaign. One of the worst things that happens when racism does happen, whether it's on the bus or in public places at Texas A&M, is that no one stands up and speaks about it. Everyone just ignores or looks the other way. I'm not trying to blame any of y'all here. That's just the general culture of what happens and what I've heard from other students. So today there's going to be a lot of students sharing their stories, and I hope you'll hear them because this needs to be heard, and a lot of people do not realize that this happens every day. Thanks and giggle.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into question and answer, beginning with Senator Straw.
Senator Straw there on campus. So can you talk a little bit more about what this campaign might look like and what Senate can do, whether that's pass legislation, resolution? Can you give some background to that?
So the campaign is going to look like a poster and maybe some formal signs within the embassy, rather, and on social media, where we can have similar to the Step In, Stand Up campaign post flyers where there's Aggies together, or this is still an idea that's much in progress that I want SGA to work with me on, to help develop it from the beginning, because it's not just about minority students, it's about all the students here. And what specifically on the other posters are those testimonies of students saying they've been racially profiled against specific stories, and we'll be using that explicit language that was used against them. And basically, it would be nice to have Senate's written approval with it, whether it is legislation, but I'd also like individual students help spread this out to their own individual organizations and areas of campus where I cannot reach or other students cannot reach that.
With 30 seconds remaining, Chair Song.
Chair Song, rules and regulations. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for permission to preface.
Yes, sir.
Senator Brennan, you and I served within the National Hispanic Institute together.
20 seconds.
Over the past 2 weeks, you've made statements publicly that you fought against the Senate resolution which passed 2 weeks ago, and that SGA leadership forced that down, the Student Government Association. I was wondering what steps you took to fight that, and how you can reconcile your statement that you fought that with the fact that it passed unanimously, which included your consent as well.
I move to extend the period of question and answer by 1 minute.
Motion to extend by 1 minute has been made. Do the second. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. Chair Song, you can regain your recognition.
Yes, so one of the people on the office on the bill, I'm not going to say any names or anything like that, so I don't want that to happen. Asked for his advice on like what my thoughts on the bill or the resolution was, and I gave my advice, and ultimately that advice was not taken into consideration when the ending resolution was passed. I did not want to debate against it because at that point I did not feel like any debate would necessitate like anything that positive, that in the direction that I was looking forward to.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator Brennan, thank you very much. We'll now move to Jason Simake, a student body president candidate living off campus, fighting Texas Aggie class of 2017.
Hey.
Simake, you will have 1 minute and 34 seconds beginning now.
I'll be even shorter than that.
Perfect.
Howdy.
Hey.
My name is Jason Simake. Thank you guys for your time tonight. I'm going to keep this incredibly short, incredibly sweet, because I know that you guys had a crazy night. So I just wanted to once again bring light to the issue that happened during this February with the students who came and visited the school. I really just wanted to push for raising awareness for this matter, and even maybe creating a diversity panel similar to Scona or Scola, where you could open up discussions and just hear testimonies from students across the campus. So, I mean, they can make it known that this isn't something that just happens once, but it's something that's swept under the rug pretty often. But thanks, Gigam. Thank you guys for your time tonight. Really appreciate it.
Jason, are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Simon? Just kidding, there aren't any.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
We'll now go to Senator Kevin Plavin, a student body president candidate, fighting Texas Aggie class of 2016.
Hey. Awesome. Well, howdy, Senate.
Hey.
My name is Kevin Plavin, senior University Studies major. I don't need to go into all that. I'll keep this quick. For those of y'all, obviously I'm kind of echoing some of Jason's statements here tonight. One of the other ideas we had kind of discussed alongside Adam Brennan was the idea of promoting something similar to the violence of the stories about violence within the NSC, where we have the cardboard cutouts with the stories posted upon that. That in correlation with the idea that you mentioned of having the step in, stand up posters kind of to a similar degree in which we can use this for some of the problems we've faced over the past couple of weeks. With that, I'm open to any questions. Just again, want to keep this real quick.
Are there any questions for Mr. Plavin? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, sir.
We will now move to Han Wimberly, a student body president candidate living off campus, fighting Texas Aggie class of 2017.
Howdy, Senate. I echo what my fellow candidate said. I think it is incredibly important that tonight we listen to the stories from our fellow Aggies. The incident that we heard about last week is unfortunately one that you hear about. There are others that happen every single day to students that we don't hear about. And it's important for us to look into these matters and address these issues, because every single student at this university deserves to have an experience where they don't experience hate and they feel welcome with their
Are there any questions for Ms. Wimberly? Seeing none,
Thank you.
thank you very much, Hannah. We will now go to 5 for Yale. That's Chris Wilder, Spencer Old, James Pace, Ian Moss, and Cooper Cox. They'll have 1.5 minutes, 1 minute and 34 seconds to be exact, beginning at out.
Howdy. Hi. My name is Spencer Old. I'm a junior for Texas. I'm running for senior yell leader along with James Pace. Also running with us is Chris Wilder. He couldn't be here tonight because he's at the basketball game. But tonight we're here to talk to you a little bit. So coming to A&M, I was on Blitz team, and I'm pretty scared about what that means for my Aggie experience. I didn't know what things I'd be able to do here and how I'd be able to affect A&M valuably. But luckily, when I got here at fish camp counselor, he assured me that no matter what I wanted to do here, that the Aggie family would always have my back, and that whatever I wanted to do, I'd be able to achieve. So if I'm elected senior leader, one of the things I want to be able to do is use that bigger platform to reach out to those people and to tell them that the Aggie family will always be here for them and that we always have their back. Thanks again.
Howdy. My name is James Pace. I'm a junior agricultural leadership major from Comfort, Texas. And like Spencer said, I'm running for senior yell leader. And so when it comes to Texas A&M, there was never really a decision to be made for me. I'm a third generation Aggie, so you can say that my destiny is pretty much written from the day that I was born. And as if that wasn't enough, my father literally made it his mission to brainwash my brothers and I into coming here. One of his methods of madness, he would sing us the Spirit of Aggie every single night before bed instead of a traditional bedtime lullaby. That was horrible. I still can't fall asleep without listening to it. That's a joke. I have plenty, no trouble falling asleep. School.
Sorry, you're up, Senator Cooper. Like to have a motion.
Senator Cooper, College of Arts, and motion to extend the period of presentation by 1 minute.
Motion extended by 1 minute has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
A minute and 28 seconds.
That was scary. So like the senior yell leader, I would just like to use it as a platform to spread the undying love that all Aggies share from Texas A&M by honoring those who have come before us, respecting those who are here with us today, and praying for all future Aggies to come. Thanks and give them.
Yeah. Howdy. Howdy. My name is Liam Moss. I'm a sophomore construction science major from South Lake, Texas. This past semester, I had the honor and privilege of taking care of the Queen of Aggie Land herself, Reveille. Me and her created a bond that lasts both of us a lifetime, but trust I do say she does have a big personality and it does come with a lot of attitude. But we created a bond that lasts both of us a lifetime. What was saying that when she walks through, she will connect to every individual in a way that I've never seen before. She makes each person feel special and creates an individual memory that lasts a lifetime. If I like that, I plan on doing the same thing. I'll be very intentional with every conversation I have, making every Aggie feel like they're placed here at Texas A&M. Thanks and gig 'em.
Howdy. Howdy. My name is Cooper Cox. I'm a sophomore construction science major from Houston, Texas. I'm also running for junior yell. And my story is much different than James Pace's. My parents actually tried to manipulate me into wearing that nasty taco sauce color of burnt orange. But thankfully, God had other plans. In my time here at Texas A&M, whether it's been through my freshman leadership organization or participating in campus-wide events like Big Event or going to a midnight yell, I've really been able to experience what makes our Aggie family and the Aggie spirit so special. And so if elected, I want to use that as a platform to show everyone that it is our students that make Texas A&M so special and so unique. No matter what you're involved in here at Texas A&M, I believe that we need to make the most of our time. So thank y'all for y'all's time. Thanks and gig 'em. Gig 'em.
I guess they are not fielding questions then. We will now go to Daniel Holtz, a finance major representing Fish Aids, fighting Texas A&M class of 2017. You will have a minute and 34 seconds beginning at howdy.
Hi. My name is Daniel Holtz, I'm Assistant Director for Fish Aids. I want to raise a few questions that I have concerning the Fish Aids Selections Improvement Act that will be discussed later tonight. So I'm going to breeze through these real quick because I have a lot of things to say. So point number one, the selections process that's described in this bill in sections 2 and 3 is pretty ambiguous and sounds like a logistical nightmare for committee heads who will no longer be just responsible for their own selections processes, but also for Fish Aids as well. Furthermore, one other thought, it makes no provision for the idea that what if multiple committees want the same freshman? How's it going to work? It is not spelled out thoroughly at all. 2, there's a separation with this bill from the marketer and recruiter of Fish Aids from the decision maker who is going to be brought into Fish Aids. And so as an executive team member, what motivation do I have to bring freshmen in during the application process if I'm not going to be the one choosing them? 3, office hours are discussed in section 3, subpoint B, whatever it is, 1. Reads Fish Aids shall discharge their normal duties of office hours. Office hours are not pertinent to the selections process at all. I just want to point that out, raise that. 4th, there's no guarantee that the long-term results from the passage of this bill will be any different from what is currently taking place within SGA. Furthermore, I'd like to move to just the general core legislative process that I think is being raised for this. So no attempt has been made to understand Fish Aids selections process as it currently happens by any member of the authorship of this bill. I think that's necessary to change it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our presenter? Seeing none. Yes, Chair.
Chair of Finance, do you think you could explain to us in a minute and a half the selections process for Fish Aids for those who might not understand it?
Sure. Okay. So Fish Aids selection. So it begins right when we get back from school, we begin recruiting, we make videos, we go to upload information, we go to MSC Open House, and we're bringing freshmen in and trying to get them to apply for fish aids. We release an app through the Slack system for which freshmen apply, and then there's a week of a very extensive process from an executive team standpoint where the freshmen apply. We read all of the apps we collect, which usually is an all-nighter of reading. We grade the apps, we choose freshmen to be selected for first-round interviews. The freshmen that are selected for first-round interviews are interviewed by members of the executive team as well as former members of Fish Aids. From that point, there's a first-round cut, and the freshmen are invited back for a second-round interview, and then there are 2 days of second-round interviews, and then the culmination is usually another all-nighter of final selections. So we put a great deal of thorough effort and extensive thought into our selections process as it currently is, and so I just think that it's pretty unmerited and poor misuse of legislative authority to change something that is not understood.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair Bosworth, 10 seconds remaining.
Chair Bosworth, CA, do you believe that there's any issue with fish aids and how they pick freshmen then?
Absolutely, I think there's problems with fish aids that can be solved. I don't think the resolution of those problems necessarily pertains to the selections process.
All right.
I think that can be resolved in other manners.
With that, thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. We'll now go, yes.
Point of personal preference. Out of respect to our guests here this evening, I would ask the body to consider closing their laptops and not looking at their phones during this time of presentation.
Absolutely. If you could please close your laptops, your phones out of respect for our guests. With that, thank you very much. We'll now go to Kate Rarbaugh, an accounting major representing Fish Aids, class of 2017. Did I get that right?
Rarbaugh, yeah. That's great.
You have a minute 34 to get that.
Thank you. Howdy.
Hi.
Hi there, I'm Kate Rarbaugh, and I'm an assistant director for Fish Aids this year. And Daniel just touched on our selections process, which the bill being heard tonight is about the selections improvement bill. And I think he did an excellent job explaining the thoroughness and the effort with which we put care into the freshmen who will eventually serve in committees all over SGA, and including here in Senate. And so I want to touch on the historic work that's done by the Fish Aids in those committees in SGA. There are 12 historic placements within the big event and muster that have that those committee leaders have entrusted us to select their freshmen, and that is a responsibility that we steward as well as possible. This past year, we've made expansion in 2 different committees with Development Commission and with the 12th CAN. We've doubled the amount of fish aids that they asked us to provide to them, so we are grateful for that. We made precedents with Carpool and with Jake Court this year with having fish aids on their committees for the first time ever. And so far, their work has been exceptionally helpful to that committee. And we know that every placement can't be perfect. We can't all have our top choice and our preference, so we do have some ideas about educating the freshmen better on the committees that they preference, including expanding in our informationals and having more of a social situation before preferences are happening where committees can meet the freshmen. And so with these improvements from our end, we hope to mend this problem without this legislation being passed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Chair Page for the first question.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, could you speak to any significant impact that officiate has made upon being placed on the Student Senate Committee?
The Student Senate Committee. That's a good question. Joseph?
Well, no, sorry, I didn't mean to call him. I was on Senate.
Yeah, please say order.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Okay. So yes, that is something that is I know an issue from Senate's part, and as exec, we take responsibility for any shortcomings that might have come from that. But I think based on the responsibility allocated to the freshmen, that they've done a thorough job despite communication issues and things from our end that we need to encourage them as they are freshmen and need to grow in their leadership and grow in their commitment and grow in their character. Then we hope to mend any issues that might result from fish aids in Senate not being meeting eye to eye in some situations.
With 41 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton on campus. Ms. Rarbaugh, can you tell me about times that fish aids have contributed to SGA in general?
Sure, absolutely. I think that's seen in the historic presence that fish aids has had in communities like Muster. I know that
Hannah Heike last year was in charge of making a promotional video for muster. And the big event has historically had 4 freshmen on them who have taken leadership roles in planning alumni banquets and contributing to the galas and raising hundreds, if not thousands of dollars as a part of teams alongside leaders in SGA that benefit them.
The time has expired, but we're going to go to Senator Clark.
Senator Clark on campus caucus. I move to extend the question and debate time by 1 minute.
Motion to extend, I assume, the question and answer time by 1 minute has been made and seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. In the chair calls on division, seeing as it needs a 2/3 threshold. So all in favor of extending debate, please stand. Question and answer, sorry. All right, and all opposed, please stand. And by a vote of 17-28, that fails. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Becca Trosper, an industrial distribution major representing Fish Aid Fine Tech Study class of 2017.
Okay, howdy. My name is Becca Trosper, and I am currently serving as the director of Fish Aids. First and foremost, I received an email from a man named Mark Womack, who was a fish aid in 2007, and then chose to stick around, served as a student senator for 3 years, and also served on the exec cabinet for 3 years. So someone who really brings a lot of experience to the table, and I think he really just had some good thoughts on this. So I just want to read this real fast. I am writing because I learned during my time as a student senator that committees are the most valuable asset SGA has to serve Texas A&M, and that Senate should trust those committees. I am sad to say that during my time in Senate, I saw multiple committees named around by sometimes well-meaning individuals during budgetary or bylaw discussions. A good principle of government is just because a body can create new regulations doesn't mean that it should. I hope the current leaders of SBA see the wisdom in letting the committees use their local experience and not micromanaging their fellow student leaders. It would set a poor precedent. Thanks to Mark Womack, Budget Society class of 2011. With that, I think that just puts a lot of our thoughts kind of into it, such a really poor precedent for the rest of the committees. I would argue that Fish Aids as a committee has fulfilled its mission. I'd be willing to defend that in individual conversations or in Q&A. With that, I think this bill brings about unnecessary and unwanted change. And from that, I would say that this is a very poor stewardship. The responsibility that's been given to you guys as student senators who've been voted in by the student body, and I think that this is a poor representation of what you guys are choosing to put effort into.
Great. We'll now move into a period of question and answer, and I'll actually recognize myself first. I knew Mark Womack when he was here when I was a freshman. We often found ourselves on the opposite side of issues, but I still like the guy. What is he up to now?
No, that's a great question. I honestly don't know. I just randomly got an email. This issue had been brought up in an email to him, passed along through the grapevine, and he reached out and sent me his email, but I honestly don't know.
Sorry to take your time. We'll go to Senator Strawder.
Senator Strawder off campus. So what downside is there to giving committees that Fish Aids are going to serve on the opportunity to help select who join their organization?
Yeah, no, that is a great point. And so what I think is the timing of this bill when it places the committee's power in the selection process. And so by that, I mean, this would allow different committees to be involved with the choosing of the 40 individual members of our committee. And so I think that we have a right to an individual unique selection process, that we get to choose our committee members, and then I think it's important that, yes, we have a more mutual selection process between the committee members. I'm sorry.
30 seconds.
Okay, between the committee members and then the freshmen, and I am very interested in compromising in that area and looking at making that selection process more mutual.
Okay, going back to Senator Strother with 20 seconds.
Senator Strother off campus. So my follow-up question to that would be, what if there's not a couple of freshmen that the committee wants to take? That's historically been the issue with Senate, and I'm sure there are other committees that have the problem there.
6 seconds.
I really don't think that would be an issue with the caliber of students that Fish Aids takes. I think if committee members had the opportunity to sit down and talk to them, that they would see that that is actually not the case at all. They are very committed to the work that they're going to be given, and they would serve wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much for your time today, Becky. We will now go to Emilio Bernal, a sociology major, Fighting Tech Sag class of 2017.
Hey.
Amelia, you'll have a minute and 34 beginning time.
Okay, cool. Before I begin the time, in the beginning it was talked about how y'all wanted to hear students of color in their experience.
I'm gonna have to start your time for this.
Okay, can somebody vote like an extra minute for me? Can somebody like stand up? Can we get a
Yes,
vote on
Senator
this?
Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus, I motion to extend the period of presentation.
Y'all actually want to hear
Motion
something?
to extend by 1 minute has been made.
Okay.
Duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, it's been duly seconded, so we'll vote on it. All in favor of extending period of question answer, or sorry, presentation by a minute, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Perfect. I had just gotten finished working out at the rec, walking outside, these 4 white guys in a pickup truck with windows rolled down, called me a nigger, yelling that they were gonna beat my ass. I just kept walking, said one black junior. I'm in the Corps. I have a friend from Venezuela who got in late to one of our exercises. Our sergeant started speaking really sarcastically to me. I can't believe you just came in late. You just crossed the river, you just got off your boat. My friend and I were eating close to the pavilion, a large group of white students eating at a table near us, giving us looks. We overheard one girl whisper to another, stupid beaners. When they finished their food, they all left their mess on the table, and a white guy from the group came up and told us, we left the trash for you to pick up. You should be used to it. Your families do it every day. All hail to dear old Texas A&M. Rally around maroon and white. For many, these are not incidents. These are everyday living social realities. How many testimonies do you want? I can be here for days. How many testimonies will it take before you do something about this? Before you stop making excuses? The university you so emphatically encouraged us to describe as the friendliest and most inclusive campus in our letters to apology to high school students who were called niggers, who were told to go back where they came from. Here's the story for you guys. Since when is less than 4% black student and faculty population inclusive? Roughly 80% teaching faculty are white. Every attempt has been made to pacify students of color, from inclusion councils to SGA statements to town hall meetings. Moreover, note the language used in the SGA statement from session 68. Quote, Aggies are one large Aggie family. The Aggie family is made up of many diverse groups that should all be treated equally within our Aggie family. The SGA demands the equitable treatment of all members. End quote. Notice how all groups should be treated equally within our family. Whose family? To whom does this our family belong to? Who are those diverse groups, and who is our family? Our Aggie family implies that there is our Aggie family and their Aggie family. It implies that there is not one cohesive collective family. That our Aggie family should equitably treat those many diverse groups implies that those many diverse groups are appendages to our family. They are colorful novel branches on the century tree of the non-diverse white Aggie family. White Aggies responsible for issuing TAMU statements continually insist on framing the Aggie family to be a white family with novel, cultural, diverse, colorful sub-members of that white Aggie family. However, our claim is that we are not an appendage. We are not an accessory to the white Aggie family. We too are Aggies. I'll just end right there. But last thing, do something. Stop blaming it on restrictions. No more publishing ineffectual, unenforceable, inconsequential statements read only by the authors. Stop mass emailing reactions of TAMU officials feeling so horrified that this happened.
Finish your sentence.
You pride yourselves, this is the last sentence, you pride yourselves on sending out more than 8,000 letters to that high school. Where are our apology letters? We are Aggie students.
We'll now go to Chair Hood for the first question. We do only have a minute 34 seconds if anybody's wanting to extend. But with that, Chair Hood.
Chair Hood Finance, thank you for coming out and speaking with us. I really appreciate you bringing your perspective. Here's my question. It's very simple. How would you want to see that?
Perfect. Oftentimes, whenever students of color claim feelings, it's like placed on us the burden to solve the problems that y'all are actively maintaining and not addressing. There's several ways to be creative. Like, you can make mandatory educational trainings on how to not be racist, both overtly, subtly. Like, there's infinite number of things you can do. Don't ask me on how to fix your problem. So
okay, thank you.
Now go to Senator Chen with a minute 56 seconds.
Senator Chen off campus.
Yes, sir.
As a minority senator, I understand where you're coming from. I want to tag along to the chair's question, in which, if you want us to hold informational training sessions, what population would you want to educate? Do you want us to educate the Senate, or do you want us to educate SGA?
30 seconds.
The thing is, a lot of times racism, by the way, it's talked about on a micro interpersonal level. Texas A&M as an institution practices racism. Many times
this is really like responding to your question. My name is Emilio Bernal. You can look me up at Facebook if you want to continue the conversation, if I don't have time. But basically, pretend like everybody is trained. It doesn't explain why 80% of the faculty are white. Why is it that more than 90% of the faculty are tenured? Like,
please finish your sentence.
That's it. I can keep talking with you this after.
Yes, Senator
Senator
Giles.
Giles, I'll take response to the issue that you said the period of question for like 2 minutes.
Would you send about 2 minutes if you may and do the
That one
second?
you wanted to vote on.
All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. And as the chair, that passes. We'll now move, if you would like, you still have the floor if you'd like to continue.
I can address this, by the way. So I speak with lots of students and faculty of color. One of the biggest things about the population, 4% Black student population versus the 11% Texas population. We're going to talk about this. I was talking to Landon Woods, Diversity Commissioner. He cited one of the reasons that there isn't a larger population that's more representable of like Texas A&M versus the Texas population is that, quote, the application pool isn't big enough, end quote. The insinuation is that there aren't enough educated and well-qualified students of color who are able to come into Texas A&M. I testify, I've spoken with, I'll get to your question. I've spoken with several professors who have, the university actually puts together seek and search committees whose sole purpose is to like go out and seek candidates who are well qualified. If it hasn't been achieved, it's simply because these committees aren't being focused to searching out these groups. The framing here is that it's not our fault that they're not educated kind of thing. We can talk about interpersonal racism. I'm talking more about like TAMU as an institution and its practice. Again, I don't have enough time, but I'd love to continue this conversation.
Sorry, we have 3 other people on the list. So with 45 seconds, we'll go to Senator Straub.
Ron.
We'll now go to Senator Sport.
Hi, Senator Sport, College of Ag and Life Science. As a minority student myself, I'm very confused what you meant when you said your problem to finance chair as opposed to our problem. Can you please elaborate on that?
You have a motion?
I have a motion. Pro Tem Dean off campus, I move to extend period of question and answer by 1.5 minutes.
And half has been moved into the second. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay.
It's kind of funny that like,
with the minute 52.
okay, it's kind of funny, by the way, when I asked for another minute, y'all weren't so emphatic about having these questions. Like, it's kind of funny that you're more in, like, it seems that there's a lot more emphasis on extending question time than there was, like, allowing me to speak longer. But you can, what was your question, sorry?
What did you mean by your problem to the finance chair as opposed to our problem as an ag?
Right, so the claim is that there exists a racially hostile environment on the Texas A&M campus. And this environment is like maintained through traditions, lack of effectual like statements, legislation, both SGA, TAMU officials part of combating like institutional and micro level racism. So like I don't have power to do what y'all have to do kind of thing. I can speak as much as I want, but until those who have authority to change things do, I can't do anything about it. I have to put up the burden with the problems that government or TAMU officials create or maintain. By the way, actively, a lot of times people say, I'm not going to make a comment. I'm going to decline to make a comment. If you do not actively resist a system, I promise you that you are actively maintaining that system. So,
we'll now go to Pro Tem Dean with 40 seconds remaining.
Pro Tem Dean off campus, thank you so much for coming to speak. I really appreciate it. So over the summer, I had the wonderful opportunity, Commissioner Crevice,
You have 30 seconds.
wonderful opportunity to meet Mizzou's student body president. We had maintained a really great relationship with him. So when the events happened, we talked about how we as a student body collectively move forward. So I guess I'm more interested in how we can work together moving forward and what suggestions you have for us as a student body to rally together.
And we have 15 seconds if there's a motion to send. Chair Hood.
Chair of Finance, I move to extend the period of question and answer by 1 minute.
Motion to my 1 minute is made and seconded. You may begin with minute 15.
So you find one more time, can you like simplify the question? Sorry. What?
I maintained a really good friendship with Mizzou's student body president. We had kind of talked about the importance of working together. So I guess I want to know your opinion on the student body moving forward together.
Senator Straub.
Senator Straub, they're off campus. Point of information. So if we continue to extend time for individual speakers, does that eat out of the whole hour allotted for all the other people who were here to talk? No.
Point of information, Chair Soccer rules and regulations, did we or did we not vote to extend that period of question and answer by 1 minute? We did. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. All in favor of extending by 1 minute, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Chair calls on division. All in favor, please stand. All right, and all opposed. By a vote of 26-19, that fails, so you will have 15 seconds to address this question, sir. You may begin to answer the question.
Okay, I'll talk to you after. The biggest fear I think Texas A&M has is becoming another Missouri. I warn that if nothing is done, actions will be directed towards publicizing these things. The racially hostile environment on campus. That's it.
Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now go to Josiah Gazette, the chair of muster committee, representing muster committee, Fighting Texas A class of 2015.
Hey, woo.
We'll have a minute 34 beginning at half.
Howdy. Josiah Gazette, I'm the muster chair this year for on campus. I want to share a couple things. This is regarding the fish shades bill, whatever it's called, that was going through tonight. First off, freshman community. So I've been part of leadership in another flow, which also does a lot of committee work in the MSC. And I can tell you, committee freshmen don't apply for flows for the committee side. That is an awesome perk that they enjoy, but they apply for the community they find within that. And you're not going to have as high capacity or quality freshmen in those organizations without that aspect coming from it being a priority. Furthermore, motivation doesn't just come from the freshmen that are selected. Committees are part of that as well. So just know when you're looking at the selection process, like committees motivate freshmen just as much as them being in an organization does outside of that. So that's one point. Now I wanted to address our fish shades in particular. Muster committee has had phenomenal fish shades. Every year we take one every year, which is a smaller number compared to most, but we do that in our selection process. It's looking for high capacity individuals, and it's putting on muster, which y'all know is a very revered institution at Texas A&M. Thank you. And our fish shades have been phenomenal. Fish shades have going to be the muster chair right now through working as a fish shade in muster committee. And a couple more things, or the last couple things, the selection process for muster I mentioned is like that. We've only had one freshman selected for committee outside of fish shades in the last 10 years. And we love having a freshman because it brings a perspective, a fresh perspective that's young, that we would not get otherwise in our committee without it. And I think that kind of goes for all committees too, is just the whole process of putting your hands in the selection process that we have a very fine-tuned already. It's a little foreboding since I had not heard of it previous to coming to this meeting and reading the bill on my way here.
Thank you very much for your time. We'll now move to question and answer, beginning with Pro Tem Dean.
Pro Tem Dean, on campus. Quick question, do you know how many people on average from that pool of 40 fish shades prep muster number 1 or number 2?
I don't know the specific number.
We will now go to Chair.
Chair of Finance, as a chair of a committee within SGA, what is your reaction to Senate trying to, by legislation, make a decision on the selection process of the committee within SGA?
My personal reaction as a committee chair is very concerning. Someone mentioned it earlier that committees are a very important part, if not to overshadow anything else, but they do so much for campus, especially through the traditions that make A&M unique. And I think that our selection processes already reflect that our traditions are doing well and they're continuing to do well. And for the reason that our selection process don't have significant flaws in them. And the fact that someone else without understanding is trying to come in and, create criteria, let alone just have a hand in it at all, it's concerning to me. So and I'm sure, I don't want to speak for other committees. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our presenter? Seeing none, Josiah, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Jalen Golden, a wildlife and fisheries and entomology major living off campus, Fighting Texas A class of 2016. Hey.
Howdy,
My name is Jalen Golden, and I am a double major in wildlife and fisheries and entomology. I am also Black, and I am an Afro-Latina, but I do not stand here speaking on behalf of all of the Black students, all the minority students on campus. Just because you are Black or because you're a minority doesn't mean that you are the sole voice for all the Black people, all the minorities on campus either. That being said, I received some questions from the battalion, and yes, the battalion has publicized different things positive, but at the same time, I was asked, you know, are we happy because we are not protesting? I noticed that these questions were only geared towards committees or organizations that are minority or students of color. That question isn't a question just for minority students, it's a question for the Aggie family. Are you happy? Why are you not protesting? Not why are we not protesting, or we're happy. What are organizations like yours doing to create diversity on campus? It's not what our organizations doing on campus to create diversity. It's what is the Aggie family doing to create diversity on campus and to make a more accepting climate. It is not one bad apple spoils the bunch, but it's an apple that has fallen from a tree and rooted as a systemic problem. So no, the incident that happened on February 9th isn't something that just happened. It's something that continuously happens, but that incident highlighted it. And it was caught. The fact that it was caught here on campus. That's the only thing that makes it different from any other experience.
5 seconds. Yes, Chair Hood.
Chair Hood Finance, I move to extend the period of presentation by 1 minute.
Which is by 1 minute is made, do the seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. You'll have 1 minute and 5 seconds.
And out of respect for the MSC and my organization, I'm standing here as an individual today, along with many of my members here that are standing here as an individual in support of me. And student groups, we are supporters of those people to give people courage like me to stand up here because I know I have a support system backing me. Even if the Texas A&M climate is not my support system. This Texas A&M campus is not my support system. I find my support system in other areas on campus that I have to find and seek. Amelia Bernard, thank you.
30 seconds. Do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Are there any, sorry, we had questions beginning with Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas. So when you were talking, you said that as A&M as a whole, there's a need for change, there's a need to change the climate that A&M has. Can you maybe outline any specific solutions that you've had in mind of how A&M would actually fix the problems as a whole rather than just reacting to them?
I would definitely say that we need to open up a dialogue and have that conversation. A lot of times we're hesitant to put our titles behind things or to put our organizations behind things because we're afraid that, you know, funding may stop or that, you know, we're, I guess, spinning something into where it doesn't need to be. And so I would definitely say that if you want something to happen, you need to stop being afraid to put your name behind it. Your organization needs to stop being afraid to be a part of it. And not get caught in the webs.
All right, we'll now go to Senator Beat.
Andy Beat, College of Veterinary Medicine Sciences. So you were saying you would like to see organizations that support minority communities more. Is that what you're saying? I'm wondering, what's an example of an organization or something A&M could do where you will feel more supported as a minority A&M?
So one of the things, I was on the prospective student tour. I'm not sure who hosted it, but my mom is a Puerto Rican mother, and we could not relate to anything here on a historical, cultural, or social level. And that's when she grabbed me and brought me into the MSC to figure out what those organizations were. So the fact that when you walk on campus, there isn't anything representative of minorities, of the LGBTQ community, of people of color, that's an issue in itself. And through history.
Seeing no more questions or extensions, Ms. Golden, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Daniel Beard, an ISEN major representing COSGA, off-campus, Viking Texas Ag class of 2016.
Hey.
You have 1:34 beginning at half.
All right.
Howdy.
All right, my name is Daniel Beard. I'm serving as the director of the Conference on Student Government Associations. So in my 3 years, we've had a lot of officiates in our committees, and they've been really good. I really appreciate having them, but I know with some committees that aren't as desirable, they might have officiates that get in and they're not as excited or not as engaged. So I think something like a double preference system, kind of like how flows have it, where the officiates get preference which committees they'd like to be in, and then we can kind of meet the officiates and preference them. So keeping the same kind of process where officiates are placed on committee, but then allowing committee heads to have kind of like, I guess, preferencing which ones they want. Because I know with a lot of our events, you have something like muster, so you want to make sure they can be open that weekend. College media, they have to be open during conference. So basically having a system where we can kind of talk to them before they're in, so we know that they are excited about our mission, they can participate fully during our events, and just make sure it's a good mutual fit. But I mean, I've had nothing but good things to say about the issues we've had in COSGA, and I really appreciate having them. So,
are there any questions for Mr. Beard? Seeing none, thanks so much for coming out.
Thanks.
We'll now go to Armin Garcia Jr., a sociology major, living off campus, fighting Texas society class of 2016. Hey.
All right, how are you? My name is Armin Garcia Jr. I was born in Reynosa, Tamaulipas, Mexico. I got my citizenship while I was in high school. I joined the National Guard, U.S. National Guard, before I graduated high school. Something really big I wanted to do. I wasn't able to finish my basic training due to medical issues. That's neither here or there. I'm here just like Emilio. Want to share a little story about somebody who has been victimized by this hostile environment. Though he is not anonymous, that is me. I remember my first semester here, I was walking by Northgate, a bunch of other times as well. I was told by, as other stories may say, individuals who don't have the decency to say right in my face, but still have the decency to say, to go back to your home country. That is very weird though this is not my home country, but I am a citizen. So I don't know if he had this weird mentality where he knew that I wasn't from here, or is he just being in this weird, again, hostile environment? What I wanted to make clear today is that I am an Aggie. I am a class of 2016. And I do know this school, and I would recommend a lot of my friends to come to the school. But if there's no change, why am I going to recommend my people, my friends, everybody who comes from almost all Hispanic place, the Valley, where it's right on the border, right where I grew up? Why am I going to tell them, hey, come to A&M? I'm scared to be here. I wish I could go back, but guess what? I'm here. I'm almost done. I'm damn proud of that. Thank you.
Question and answer beginning with Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, there off campus. So you talked about change. One of the great things about this body is that we do have to hear from administrators and people on campus, so we can lobby effectively to get things done. So my question for you is, what tangible change would you like to see from this body to better make you feel more welcome here?
More welcome? I would love to see more diverse communities. A&M says, oh, we are one of the most diverse. Don't quote me on that. But I don't feel it. I hang out with all my friends. That's almost everybody I see every day. I don't hang out with other ethnicities. Why? Because I feel comfort in them. They are my Aggie home. Those are my home. Everybody else who's here, I don't really feel at home with you guys. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure y'all are really nice people. I don't feel at home. I feel threatened. That's what I feel. Y'all want to make change? Make it more diverse. Make it more appealing for minorities, Africans, LGBT, vegans, all of those minorities that aren't really being represented here. Make them feel welcome. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to Senator Riojas with 30 seconds remaining.
Senator Riojas. So going off what you just said, how would we do that? How would we make them feel more welcome?
Asking how would I do it? It's not the question. How would you guys do it? I can rant all day long. You want to extend my time? I'll keep ranting. That's no problem. The thing is, you asking me how are you gonna do it? It makes me feel like y'all have no idea. So why am I gonna keep electing you guys? Not you personally, I say you're an awesome guy. But why am I gonna keep electing you guys when y'all don't know what to do for the people you're representing?
Chairhood fines. I move to extend the period of question and answer by 1 minute.
Introduction by 1 minute has been made, be the seconded, all in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. You will have 1 minute. Want to keep going?
Any other questions?
Chair.
Chairhood finance. I understand that it falls on us as the students who are in power, the students who are in a position to make the changes on campus. I understand completely, and I thank you for bringing that to our attention and reminding us of our duty to every single student here at Texas A&M. My question for you is, I honestly do not know, and I am asking you guys to help me.
We could help. That's no problem. But you, again, you not knowing makes me feel like you guys never thought about this. It's not a one-time thing. It didn't just happen, what, 2 weeks ago? It's happened 10 years ago from an advisor, a really good advisor that I talked to a lot. She was an undergrad here. She got her master's degree here. She told me 10 years ago when I was here, it happened. There was an article from that football player from the Seattle Seahawks. He graduated from here. Proud guy, really famous, I guess. But it happened to him too. The point is where I'm going. Don't let it happen anymore. Talk to us more, please.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions or motions, thank you very much for
Thank
joining
you.
us, sir. You'll have to forgive me on the pronunciation of this name, but I believe it is Natasha Trevino, psychology major, living off campus, fighting Texas IE class of 2017. Hey. They're in the building. Do we have somebody look for Miss Trevino? And until then, we'll go to the next. Oh, yes.
I thought it was a sign up list. I'm very uncomfortable with all this.
Okay, perfect.
You guys can respond, sorry.
Okay, I'll, sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
All right. Hi, I'm Timothy Dubon from Sugar Land, Texas. I'm a sophomore. So I know that so many people have spoken today, and I, as a Black student, I have experienced those things. And like, there's so many things that happen, like, I don't know, there's stories I could tell. I don't like, you've heard stories, those things happen to me, they happen all the time. What I want to say is that it's kind of to y'all and to everyone else here. I know that y'all don't understand. I know like you don't, because you haven't experienced it. So like, there's no way that you can do that. And so what I would say, I mean, I'm just kind of here to give y'all advice because I don't know. I would say if y'all could go to these people and really ask them and like actually listen to them, and then from what you listen to them, what they say to you, you can then maybe start to understand and then start to make up like changes through that. So I don't know if you want to do a question and answer portion right now.
Are there any questions? Sure, Senator Chen. Oh, I'm so sorry. We actually have part-time dean first, then we'll go to you.
Part-time being off campus. I guess the question, because I understand that shared experience is probably the most important thing in combating racism. How can we as a body extend that invitation and go and find those organizations to speak to? How do you recommend for us to do that?
I mean, I think it's something that y'all can do personally. I know that, I mean, as y'all all senators, and you do represent people in your colleges or off campus or on campus. So go to your constituents. If you see in one of your classes, if you're a liberal arts, whatever, and you're one of your liberal arts class and you in a group with someone who's a minority, start a conversation with them. Say, hey, how are you doing? Like, what are some experiences? And then from those experiences, you can kind of pick out points. Like, let's say, okay, I had an experience, this is literally 2 days ago, where I'm Nigerian American, and someone told me like I don't look like a Nigerian American because I'm not skating fast. Like, that's the most ridiculous thing. And this was an administrator who worked like at an office, and I was like, okay. So things like that, something like that could be easily fixed through education. So I would tell you that story, you'd say, well, why did that administrator say that? Because they didn't know. And how would they know? By being educated. So then you can think, let's have a module to educate people on how to approach people when you ask them questions. So I think you go from those stories and you go from the things that people told you today and you pick out points. I mean, I've been taking notes this entire time and I said, oh, this person said this. So I find that I could think that, like, think through what happened and how to fix that. So I know that y'all feel like kind of confused right now, but.
Are there any,
Motion, Chair Baldier, motion to extend question and answer by 1 minute.
motion extended by 1 minute has been made, it is seconded, all in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Now, as chair, that passes unanimously, and if you are ready for another question, we'll go to Senator Chen.
Yes, I'm ready.
Jen off campus, purpose.
Yes, sir.
You and I serve in SGA, you are part of the diversity.
Yes, I am.
Of course, I'm here in this body. We both have to sometimes to approach student leaders and ask them the questions about sensitive topics such as race. Therefore, what do you suggest for student leaders all sitting in here to do in order to be in a proper environment to ask those questions? What kind of initiatives should we put ourselves into?
I think, first of all, it's big. I watched this video, it's a TED Talk, it's called Being Colorblind and Being Color Brave. I would recommend all of y'all to go watch it, it's on YouTube. I would say we need to stop trying to be colorblind and say like, oh, I don't see colors, be color brave. So that means being brave and going to someone and saying, I know that I've never experienced what you experienced. But I'm genuine in wanting to know about what you experienced. I'm genuine in wanting to make Texas A&M a better place for every single person to go here. So I think that genuine, like that being genuine and actually really meaning what you say will help when you go into this leadership. I don't think these leaders are here because they don't want you to help. They said they want you to help. So you know that they want you to come to them. So all you have to do is just do it. So.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. We will now go to Amanda Hoffman, an education major living off campus, Fighting Texas A class of 2017.
Howdy, Senate. My name is Abby Hutton, and I'm the little sister of Amanda Hoffman, who is also a member of Kappa Alpha Theta. Unfortunately, she had to go to her work and has left me her words. So she wanted me to start off with letting you know that she served as a fish aide her freshman year on the COSGA committee, where she then went on to serve an additional year and then moved over to GLC. So far she's dedicated her entire collegiate career to Student Government Association. And she says that fish aides is an opportunity to enhance the leadership development of the freshman class. And it shows freshmen what it takes to run a conference, which is what they do in COSGA. And as a committee member, it empowers and is a confidence builder for fish to be leaders and continue to express their leadership skills and apply for positions in committees or other opportunities throughout SGA as we go on. Exec choose fish, so the exec of fish aides choose them as a group who will do service together and who will build each other in a community. They are then split based on where exec think that they will serve best and think is a good fit for them and how they will be loyal to that separate committee. And with that, I open for question and answer.
Are there any questions for Senator Hudson? Senator Straw?
Senator Straw, they're off campus. Did Amanda grab Osgood?
I am not qualified to answer that question, but she did not preference COSGA.
No, that was us saying we don't know.
Oh, we are unaware of whether Amanda preferenced COSGA or not.
Thank you. Any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. We will now go to Wayne Beckerman, a Bush School student living off campus, Fighting Texas A class of 2015. You'll have 1:34 beginning at howdy.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Chair Carlson and I, Senator Mendoza, and our Chief of Staff, Hannah Wimberly, also on TSAT, Transportation Service Advisory Committee. One of the things they're looking at starting next year is an increase in fines for repeat violators for traffic citations here. I'm just going to briefly lay out the proposal. Unfortunately, they weren't able to present tonight. They had to get somewhere else. I'm going to lay out the proposal. If you guys have any questions, catch me after, send me an email, and we'll bring that up in our TSAT meeting. Essentially, the proposal is that between your citation 5 and 9, the fine is going to go up 50%. So what the fine currently would be, I believe it's $45, somewhere around there. It's going to go up $40. So that's going to go up 50% added on top of that for fines 5 through 9. Once you get your 10th citation, You're gonna get booted, you're gonna have a boot fee, and then the fine's gonna go up 100%, so it'll be double. This will reset every single academic year. So it starts in the
30
fall,
seconds.
ends right before spring semester, in for the summer. That's the proposal we're moving with. Let me know if you guys have any questions about that.
We'll begin with questions with Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of the Courts. I know currently, or whenever I got a parking ticket, I know if you paid earlier online, like within a certain time period, it was cheaper. Do you know, like, would that still apply? Would that affect how much it doubled?
I think it would still apply, but I'm assuming that they're probably assuming too that 5 through 9, once you get 5 citations, that you probably don't care about paying early anymore.
Yeah.
You're kind of past that point, but I think from what I understand, that would still apply.
We'll now go to Senator Chang.
Was there a precedent to have to move people's cars now, or people arguably have to have violations?
So from what I understand, I also have citation statistics that we can discuss later. But apparently this is becoming a problem. They're having more and more repeat bias offenders. And what they're trying to do is they're basically trying to make a price structure that incentivizes people to buy the parking pass instead of just parking somewhere where they shouldn't. So that was the logic behind this. The way the boot works, they're working with a booting company. They're gonna put a boot on the car, the boot has a code, there's a number on the boot, you call this, pay via credit card, type the code in, and you can drive off and leave the boot. That's how that's gonna work, but that's the current system they're in.
All right, and we have 15 seconds remaining. We're going to Senator Straw. Senator Turner.
Senator
10 seconds.
As someone who's recently towed up Northgate, prices for how much a boot would cost? Or
They're gonna work with a private company for that.
5 seconds.
They have not heard any specific price on this right now. This is just on the 5 to 9 and 10 and up histories.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to our last presenter for open forum. It's either Kay or Kai Jones, industrial distribution major, Fighting Tech Site, class of 2017.
Hey. Sorry, I couldn't make it. It did slip out, so I'm subbing it for him. It's all right.
Sure, yeah, minute 34.
Great, wonderful. Howdy. Howdy. Thank you all for listening tonight. I just wanted to make one quick point about fish aids. I was involved with fish aids for 3 years on staff and as a freshman. I preferenced Kazuya. I chose Kazuya. I got picked for it, and it was such a great day. I also wanted to say that I don't know if enough time has been given to the fact that fish aids are taught and coached how to love SGA through their time at fish aids. It was one of the most moving things here Cash Field talk about how we could represent A&M, the student body, through our organizations, through our new committees that we inherited through fish aids. And to me, it made me love A&M. It made me value and appreciate how powerful our student body is and how much good we do in this world and in this university and in the city and in the state. And I would hopefully entrust y'all with the decision that fish aids exec understands how to pick, understands how to suit their freshmen to their positions. I understand that there might be a negotiation on how that's done, but as far as picking them, as far as encouraging them and making them love SGA and appreciate SGA, I think they do a phenomenal job. And I stand for myself as witness to that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our presenter? We'll go with Senator Saward.
Senator Saward, College of Ag and Life Science. As someone who preferenced and selected their committee, don't you think it would be beneficial for that committee to be able to mutually select you?
Sorry?
Would you think that it's beneficial for the committee to mutually select you?
From my experience, it worked out so wonderfully. That's all I gotta say about that.
Senator Viola. So during your speech, you said that the exec does a great job of actually selecting the freshmen. Are you insinuating that because the exec does a good job, that the committees would not be able to do a good job of selecting their own applicants?
That's not my insinuation. My insinuation is purely in support of what Fish Aids has done in the past. And actually, really, it's not even in selection so much as it is in the coaching and in the ability to inspire its freshmen. I think we all can relate to being freshmen at one point and needing and needing to be taught how to love A&M. It's not something that you just show up and are born into.
With that, with 15 seconds, we'll go to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, do you have a particular objection to the bill? And if so, could you please state what that is specifically?
An objection to the bill. I object to
10 seconds.
Anything that prohibits Fish Aids Exec from doing what it does the best.
Thank you. With that, the period of question and answer has expired. Thank you very much, sir. And with that, we have made it through all of our open forum members. And as promised, I'll now be appointing a special committee that I'm calling the Campus Climate and Inclusion Committee. Their mission statement will be to work with the Diversity Commission to research testimonials from minority students of discrimination, address any and all constituents that are concerned or offended by the campus climate, search for solutions, and legislate on these issues. The members will be Senator Broach, Senator Brennan, Senator Rhodes, Senator Chen, Senator Bosworth, Senator Page, Senator Smith, Senator Peel, and it will be chaired by Corey Clark. We will now move to a period of old business, beginning with SB 6835, Fish Aid Selection Improvement Act. The presenters will have 10 minutes, beginning at powder.
Okay, so how do y'all, as just kind of introduction, if you look up into your email while this is getting changed, I sent out what the Fish Aid application looked like from the 2014-2015 year and what the changes in this bill would require for the 2016-27 year, just to kind of give you an example of what this bill would actually require. So I want to start off by saying that I understand that Fish Aid is a wonderful community. I was part of the flow and I understand the flow experience, and I'm still in class council to stay and understand why I joined what I joined and why I got invested in that community. And so some of the changes that you're going to see, and I'm just going to talk about really quick, was when Becca first came up and spoke, she talked about how she felt like the name said that Fish Aid itself as an entire committee and process needed to change, so we added selections. And so to kind of clarify what it was we've changed, we also left them in flat, so it's still going to be a freshman-only experience. Just to really make sure that community that they stressed on the first time they talked, that there were some concessions there, and make sure that they can still maintain this relationship that they have with one another and still be maybe a better process for SGA. Something else that we changed, if you'll scroll down, was the opt-out. So y'all heard from Muster tonight as well as Costa. This allows committees to opt out of going to the interviews and allowing the executive directors to choose the fish aids that are placed in that committee if they have no need to go. So those committees who would like to sit in on those interviews will be able to, but if those committees feel like, or commissions or branches feel like they don't necessarily need to be there, then they can opt out. And then I'll let Chair Thompson talk a little bit more.
Senate, over the past 2 years, I've served on the Internal Affairs Committee. Each of us have been assigned a fish aid. And this year and last year, we've heard from our fish aids that they were only assigned to us because they missed prep night and that they really don't want to be with us. Over the last 2 years, all 9 of us have experienced complaints with the competency and level of effort with our fish aids, which represents 18 fish aid years worth of complaints. What we're doing is not drastically changing fish aids. We're not attacking fish aids. What we're saying is we would like some input on the person whom is selected to our committee to serve us, and also whom we develop to be a leader in the Student Government Association. We have stricken parts of our bill, which would remove fish aids from FLAC. We have compromised with the fish aids director, and we've gathered a lot of input from fish aids and other interested parties, heads of committees, all facets of people related to this process in terms of what we should do. And so what we presented tonight is a compromise, which the only thing it would do would let the committee head have some sort of input in the person whom they develop over the course of a year. This is absolutely compromise, and if you believe at all in Senate working with the committees and Senate working with members of the executive branch, this is what it looks like, and this is what you should vote for. This is not in any way a version of what could happen. This is not in any way an attack on fish aids. This is just saying we want to sit in on the fish aid selection process. We want to have some input in who we pick. And with that,
so there's a couple of things that happened during the presentations that I kind of want to address, some questions that arose. One of those being, if two committees both want one fish aid, that applicant, how do they decide which one? So in the email that I sent out, it says, please rank between 1 and 5, 5 being the maximum that the bill allows, committees that you're interested in, committees, commissions, or branches that you're interested in, and please list why. And so from that ranking system, if Big Event and us both want a fish aid and fish aid placed Big Event first, then that fish aid would go to Big Event. So that ultimately allows the power to still be in the freshman's hands if multiple committees want them. What this is going to keep from happening is from fish aid happening to maybe select 40 people who are all interested in muster, and then 39 people, since muster only allows one, being placed in committees where they're not as enthusiastic about. And I know that there was also a question of, well, if you engage in them and you require the enthusiasm with them, that those fish aids eventually come around. I've been in a grouping all year with fish aids in case they ask questions. I have sent multiple emails. I know the chairs that have sent emails, and I have all of them printed out if y'all would like to see them. The names are straight out because, you know, I don't want to call out names. But there certainly has been an effort from our standpoint of reaching out to them and trying to figure out how to make this work. And I was on the fish aid side for a very long time and thinking like maybe my chairs just weren't reaching out until I asked them to show me proof of that. And they clearly wanted the proof of that burden. And so a couple of other things that I want to talk about as well. I understand that fish aids are very committed. I don't think that picking fish aids that are specifically wanting to be in certain committees is going to destroy their community, because if anything, they're going to be goal-oriented and focused on SGA and the committees that they're in. Is it going to affect their committees that they're in outside of, or the getting to hang out, or the retreats that they get to have, or anything like that? The only thing that this is going to work is making sure that that fish aid that is responsible for answering that committee is where they want to be. And I think that this is really important for freshmen, especially those who want to gain leadership experience and move forward, because then they get to start off immediately involved in something that their heart is in. And I know there are several other flows and organizations. I reached out to about 4 or 5 flows that sit on FLAC to talk about their application process as well. While there's not a specific rank for all of them, there is at some point, like in, I know class councils, because that's the one I know the most, we asked what tradition you're most interested in and why, and we tried to get a wide variety based off of that, so we have a more diverse kind of idea, so we have enough people who want to be involved in Maroon Out when Maroon Out comes down versus being involved in Elephant Walk. So it's not changing the community. The only thing that it's allowing is that fish aids get placed in the right committees so that this mutual, I guess, established relationship is strong from the beginning. And that's all I really want to see come from this. And it's definitely, you know, I love fish aids, and I don't mean for this to come off across as an attack of them, because that's definitely not what it is. It's just to see how we can perhaps make sure that them as an organization can function to help the SGA as best as possible, which is established through their mission statement and values.
And just like Pro Tem Dean said, 40 seconds. You know, fish aids as an organization, you know, you can think of it as like half a group that bonds together and develops their members internally, and half a group that serves SGA. And I really admire the way fish aids develops their members and develops the bonds within their group. And this bill will do nothing to that. They can still do all their development. Their directors are still totally intact in terms of leading the hierarchy. They can still go to New Orleans together like they do in terms of all those things. But the other half is a student government association. And when 1/3 of the branches have been totally neglected for 2 years, It's time for you as a legislator to stand up and say, yeah, we're not attacking anyone, but we want some sort of input into who comes into our organization and serves us. And so that's what it's doing, is taking that other 50%, right now they get 100 on developing their members and coaching them up and all that. But on the other side, Senate, I really can't give them a passing grade at all. And so what this is doing is saying we want to be involved in the process from the beginning, so we can evaluate the candidates and say that's someone I can see being passionate about the position and therefore being motivated about the position, and someone we can develop to be a leader in student government, because this is more than just who's going to be a good worker within the internal affairs committee. This is about the future of SGA and how we develop our members. And if we can get members who are passionate about the position and whom I or Aubrey or any other committee chair views as a candidate who has a lot of potential, that's going to improve the entire Student Government Association and by extension our ability to advocate for the students.
There's a couple other things I just want to point out. I reached out to, and I know I talk about this all the time, but the student body presidents that I met through the SEC exchange kind of talk about their freshman leadership councils that they have, is what they call most of them. And a lot of them have prep systems as to how they can function within SGA before they're selected. So that's mutually agreed upon to move forward with SGA. And I think that it's just ultimately going to be a betterment for those committees. And I've talked to several people outside of Senate, and while we have a lot of people come and talk in favor of fish aids and their work, there have been plenty of people, those of which I know. I have 3 friends in fish aid that were in fish aids that unfortunately left SGA after, and part of that was because they weren't placed in the committee that they thought they wanted to be in and didn't have the development. And they unfortunately didn't necessarily want to come speak up, because I think the exact quote was, I don't want to be like black sheep in SGA. But I reached out to them and I tried to figure out why they weren't being retained and why SGA wasn't moving forward. And I really feel like this is the best chance to SGA and fish aids to move forward the process. Thanks for being on.
Okay. We'll now move to our 5-minute period question and answer, beginning with Chair Hood.
Chair Hood, Finance. So between the 7 of y'all who are on this bill, can you name everyone in leadership within fish aids and talk about moments where y'all reached out to them to discuss this bill?
Thanks for the question.
For sure.
And definitely, we've had a ton of great conversations with the director of fish aids. And as a committee chair, I don't want to know the whole inner workings of how fish aids operates internally, because I don't want any impact or effect on that. What I want to know is who's responsible for coming to my meetings and who am I responsible for developing into a leader of the future. And he's here tonight. He's here present. Hasn't been to as many meetings as I would have wanted. But my responsibility is not to run fish aids, and the Senate's responsibility is not to run fish aids. Our responsibility is to take who fish aids gives us and develop them into a leader for the Student Government Association. And if I have a say in who that person is, I can evaluate better than anyone else in fish aids or in this body who will be the best person on the Rules and Regulations Committee to become a leader potentially in the future. And I have met with the leaders of fish aids, and Aubrey, I know, has met independently with the leaders of fish aids, and we have emailed them since last September, October, November. And no, I can't recite for you the entire org chart for fish aids, but I can tell you what fish aids should look like, and that is me meeting with the director and me meeting with the person I'm responsible for.
So I can also attest to the fact that I reached out to both the director and the AD. I have both emails which were responded to. So if it's a matter of us not reaching out enough, I've tried, and if there is a lack of miscommunication, it definitely could be on both of our parts, and I don't want to put the blame on one party, but I also don't think that the point that was made that no contact has been trying to be reached out during open forum has been correct, because through the group me that I tried to create so I could reach out to all 8 of our fish aids, and everything else, I try to maintain that regular communication. That was something I ran on when I ran for Pro Tem.
With 2 minutes and 56, we will go to Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. Chair Stonko, could you list for me the names of the committee heads that you've spoken to that are opposed with their fish aids performance outside of the 3 branches of SGA and more focused on the 13 SGA committees?
Absolutely. Senator Hutton, I'm glad you asked that question, because several committee members have been happy with the way the fish aids have written. And that's specifically why I wrote into the act, if any of you have read it, if you don't want to attend, if you're happy with the status quo as a committee head, you don't have to. And the director of fish aids will assign you a fish aid, and you can go on your merry way. But I can tell you the names of the people who have not been happy, and that's everyone on IA, as far as I'm concerned,
and everyone on IA last year, definitely, who has not been satisfied. And so this bill would not affect people who think they're happy with it. You know, if Big Event, if Carpool is happy with the fish aids they've been receiving, it says specifically in the bill, they need not attend. That fish aids director will assign them a fish aid and they can continue with the status quo. But personally, as the academic affairs chair last year and as the rules and regulations chair this year, I would have liked to have some sort of input in the beginning, and that's what this bill would do. It is not in any way a referendum on whether or not we're satisfied with fish aids. It's just saying fish aids could be better if I were to sit in on the interview and say that person has potential on my committee and that person is someone that would fit.
And it's kind of twofold from there. Well, I'm not going to mention names because I've had those conversations, and obviously they would be here to speak up if they felt like obligated to do so. I think that part of the issue with them speaking up is they felt like it would hinder SGA if they did, and so they didn't want to do that, and I completely understand the option. But from my perspective, it's more so the fish aids that I've talked to who decided to leave SGA afterwards because they were placed as the raw committees, and trying to figure out how we can solve that to where we can retain these great leaders that fish aid recruits. And for me, that would be this process of committee preferencing so we get the right people in the right spot.
With 55 seconds, we'll go to Senator Chen. Yes, sir, you got 47 seconds.
So there was a lot of accusations in the past meeting and this meeting about unfair communication and lack of dialogue. Has there been dialogue between the members here, representing Bill, and members of
Absolutely. So I can tell you about all the times I met with Becca and other members of Fish Aids, but the biggest thing I can point to is a compromise that we've made. And you'll notice from the reading of this bill to the reading of the bill 2 weeks ago, there have been compromises. At the beginning, we wanted a limit on the number of fish aids. That's been removed. We wanted to remove them from flag. That's been removed. Chair Thomas, please.
I move to extend the period of question and answer by 2 minutes.
Motion to extend by 2 minutes has been made and seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Senator Hutton, do you have a point? Okay. We'll go back to you, Chair Sonko. So Senator Chen, that's the biggest thing I can point to in terms of conversations, compromise, is that this bill, certain parts, which we've talked to fish and say, okay, maybe that was misguided, or maybe we don't need to do that right now, have been stricken. And this is absolutely a compromise. If you believe in compromise and you believe in working with the people that your bills affect, this is absolutely a bill you should want to vote for, because we, combined, probably 6 or 7 times we've met with top leaders in fish aids, sitting out there for over an hour, listening to their feedback, and we've incorporated that. It hasn't just been lip service, we've written down notes and then just ignored. We have incorporated their changes in the bill. You'll notice that in the difference between the bill we read 2 weeks ago and the bill we're reading tonight.
And a lot of the reason
I can't point to anything greater than that in terms of evidence.
A lot of the reason why these sponsors are here is because I brought those notes that we sat down and had, and I said, here are the things that were specifically outlined that were the biggest issues, and how can we come to this compromise? And so we talked about it in the committee process and tried to figure out how we could keep the integrity of the bill while also making those concessions and making sure that fish aids personally got that community back that they felt like they were going to lose. And from the communication standpoint, I would be the first to admit that my main goal was to reach out to fish aids I knew were no longer in fish aids and try to figure out why they weren't still involved in SGA and how this bill could work under that. So that's where my heart is with it, to try to retain that leadership within SGA or on campus in general.
And with 35 seconds, we'll go to Senator Blair.
Withdrawn.
We were going to go to Chair Hood. We're not going to Senator Schroeder. Withdrawn. Seeing no more questions, thank you all very much. Oh, sorry, Senator Lander.
Chair Lander, LA. So y'all keep saying that this would give us some input. What would that input look like? And if, for example, we say that person wouldn't be good on our committee, and Fish Aid says, well, we think it would be, how would that work?
So in my mind, the way it's going to work, it would be, of course, like this mutual understanding of respect, which I think people can establish through this process. So in order to accomplish that, there would have to be some kind of guidelines, obviously mutual agreement, but ultimately the fish aids are going to have the ultimate say, period, point blank.
Seeing no more motions to extend, we'll now move to a period of debate. Thank you all very much for the presentation. So is there any debate against SB 6835? We'll begin with Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So I was a loud and proud member of the Fish Aids class last year, and I too did miss the committee preferencing meeting, but something that was not exactly mentioned is that you still get to preference. You still talk to your friends and you try to figure out what committee you want to be a part of, and you preference and send it off. Well, I preference 3 committees. I preference Senate, I preference muster, and I preference big event, and then you like rank the rest of them after that. And I was placed on a committee that was absolutely not even on the list. And so that was the public relations team under the exec branch with Hannah Wimberly. And that's where I served my freshman year. It was an incredible learning experience to be on that committee. It was somewhere that surprisingly I was a pretty good fit. And it was definitely a challenge to like remain committed to something that I didn't really want to do. But like the life learning experience that came from that is extraordinary, because I learned that sometimes you don't get to pick what you want to do in life, and you have to show up and you have to do what's right anyway. And so I am frustrated with how some of the Fish Aid senators have been acting. However, Fish Aid Senate committee members have been acting, how some of them might not have shown up. But we are not hearing complaints from the committees of SGA. Everyone else in SGA is not standing here and complaining. So what if the problem is Senate? What if we're not reaching out to our fish aides and we're not asking them how we can better be a part of them? And I've seen that. I know that some committee chairs on this committee have, on this internal affairs committee have. But in general, I think that this is setting an awful precedent. I think that if we get involved as a separate legislative branch into a committee's internal affairs, then what's to say that we can't help choose muster hosts in the future? We can't help choose the people who are big event staff assistants. I don't think this is a fair precedent to set.
You have time?
You said I ran out of time.
I said 15 seconds.
Oh, 15 seconds.
You have like none now.
You have my time.
We'll now go to debate 4. Person B.
Hi, Senate. So something I want to address is something that I'm very passionate about, I guess, with this whole process, let me find her, is maybe we haven't reached out, maybe we haven't communicated. Because if it's one thing I pride myself on, those who have emailed me probably know I try to get back to you whether I'm outside of work or inside of class as quickly as possible. And so I have two emails non-responded from the directors, and I asked for all the chairs to compile a list for me for the outreach that they've had. And I have AA that has submitted stuff, and I have Sanka that said, hey, we missed you at meetings. And then I had another chair that asked, hey, what's going on live? We haven't seen you. Is there anything I can do to help you out? So the question is not, why aren't we reaching out? And I want to also establish this thing of, well, that's live. They should get used to it. I don't understand why we would put fish aids in a committee that they don't want to be in when there are probably other freshmen out there who want to serve that committee. The greatest part of leadership and learning within Senate would be to have a freshman and a fish aid who's interested in Senate and who wants to learn about Senate, and for that development to occur. For it to be this like, oh, okay, we picked the best 40 and maybe now our committees don't get exactly the right people, but that's life. The fish aids need to learn. Our focus needs to be on how we can get those fish aids to better serve the committees, whether Senate, whether big event, whether muster. And so maybe they don't maybe they like the status quo, but that doesn't mean that the status quo can't get better. And so in my mind, there's absolutely no reason to go against this if the mere concept of that's life is what we want to continue on, why we want to go ahead and develop these centers. And with that, I yield to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. Howdy, Senate. Howdy. I'm not going to come up here and tell you some broad generalization. I'm just going to tell you my personal story. You can take from it what you will. So I'm frankly not really sure that my fish aid is a real person, that he exists. So I have reached out to this person, and I'm not going to name him, multiple times, and I'd say on the order of 7 or 8, telling him when my committee meetings were, asking him, does this time work for you? Do you have, are you busy at this time? Can you suggest another? I've heard back one time to say, I will not make it. Here's my phone number. Okay, I added him to my group meet. I started trying to talk to him there. Nothing at all. So I mean, I'm not saying there's something wrong with the entire system. I'm just saying my personal experience, I think, speaks for itself. And with that, I yield to the floor.
Question yield to. We'll now go to debate against. Chair Hood.
Chair of Finance. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
I would like to clear up some misconceptions that may have been presented to you all tonight. First of all, on the issue of communication between Fish Aids and Student Senate. When I was an author on this bill, I was put in charge of communicating with Fish Aids. I had a 2-hour conversation with Becca Trosper. I had multiple conversations with other students who have been and have not been in Fish Aids. And hearing them out, I realized that we did not pursue this. And I hope that many of y'all read my memo. We did not pursue alternative directions.
Just for, I guess, clarification, who decided that Chair Hood was in charge of communication?
I'm not sure. I do not know.
I have the text messages from the other 2 bill authors.
May continue with your time, sir.
So, going back to that. I was in charge of the communication. I attempted to set up meetings multiple times between myself, Becca Trosper, and other people involved in this. I was the only one who was able to meet with Becca. I'm not saying that other authors were unwilling to. What I am saying is that I was able to meet and others were not. Now, excuse me. That being said, I want us to just consider again the repercussions of going forward with this if we have not pursued every single outlet of communication before. I asked those presenting today, did they know the names of leadership within Fish Aids of Texas A&M? They did not answer that question. To me, if you do not know the names of people who are in the organization that you're trying to change fundamentally in their selections process, that personally concerns me. And I can say, for me, I don't know the names of those individuals. I am just as guilty, if not more guilty, because I went against my principles when I went on this bill thinking and acting on information that I did not acquire myself. So if anyone is to blame for a lot of this process, I take full credit for that, because I should have been the one from the get-go communicating and then making a decision based on that communication. I did not do that. And I want that to be very clear, and that is why I removed my name from this bill, and I yield to the floor. Thank you.
We'll have to yield. We will now move to Senator Strother.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So, if you remember, the first time we read this bill, I'm going to keep it short. The first time we read this bill was 4 weeks ago. And so the reason we didn't hear it 2 weeks ago was because when we sat down in the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting, we looked at the bill and said, you know what? There's been a lot of talk that Fish Aids would like to have more time for communication, time for us to really work on the problems that, reconciling what Fish Aids grievances were and grievances from committees that had Fish Aids that maybe weren't super excited to be there. And I'll say this, and so the original bill that was placed before the body, I would not have voted for. It incorporated things like movement from flat, which really hurt the recruitment numbers. It incorporated other things that were really detrimental to Fish Aids and would have seriously altered the way that organization operated. This bill, if you could compare it to the original, looks completely different. And I'm much more excited about the way it looked because it reflects that there's been some conversation, some giving of ground on both sides in order to come to a conclusion, which is good policy making. So when you look at what this does not affect the long-term operations of Fish Aids. It does not go on and say, outline how to do development. It's not outline how we pick, the analogy, this is something like telling Big Ben how to pick staff assistants is a bad one because staff assistants don't work with other committees. They work within a committee. So I think this gives a good opportunity, like Carlos said, it's 50%, Fish Aids work 50% with their organization and 50% with the committee they're a part of, and the committee they're a part of should get a say. And I think that's all I had to say. It's well, I guess to wrap it up, this is a much better bill, and there's a lot of ground given the ability for people who are happy with their Fish Aids can keep their Fish Aids. Like, really, I know we've heard similar promises throughout government, but this one's real. They're happy they can keep their Fish Aids. So with that, I will yield to Chair Sonke.
Chair Sonke, you have 18 seconds.
Chair, on rules and regs, I move for previous question.
Previous question has been moved. Is there a second? Previous question has been moved and duly seconded. All in favor of moving previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
chair calls it on division. All in favor, move to approve, please stand. All right, thank you very much, and all opposed. By a vote of 35 to 9, motion to approve question passes. We'll now move into a period of voting, which we will do by a voice vote. So all in favor of passing SB 6835, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Division.
Division has been called. So all in favor, please stand. All right, and all opposed. And by a vote of 34 to 10, that passes. We'll now move to a period of presentation for SB 6845, the full-time parent bill. The authors please come forward. We'll have 10 minutes beginning at howdy.
All right, so how do you say it? I don't know if y'all remember, it's been several weeks now, that Fletcher Watts came in and he talked about basically all of different things that he wanted to present as far as taking care of single parent, or not even single parents, I guess, taking care of parents that are students. And so he wrote a bill that called for a lot of things, and in our committee we talked about it, we looked at his bill, and some of the things we didn't agree with, but one thing that we really liked was moving the full-time hour requirement from a student that is a parent from 12 down to 9, just because, you know, raising a kid is difficult, and especially as a student trying to, you know, manage all that time is something that a lot of parents struggle with. So this is something that we can just easily do to just make it easier for them. So we kind of got together and took that piece out of Fletcher's bill and made it its own separate bill because we really like that. And the rest of that is still in committee. We haven't really got a chance to talk to Fletcher. But basically, like I said, what this would do is change the full-time hour requirement for a parent down from 12 to 9. Do you guys have anything to add?
We'll go to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. Could you explain what benefits would be gleaned by allowing the full-time status of 9 hours?
Absolutely. So there are benefits that come with being a full-time student that you wouldn't get otherwise. And the issue is that this would also encourage students who are parents with children who are below primary age to be able to then accrue those benefits as a student, whereas they might not have the time to be both a full-time student at 12 hours and a full-time parent. As someone who's in grad school right now, taking 12 hours is a very time-consuming thing. I could not imagine the way some of my classmates already do this, having 1 or 2 children that they're taking care of. It's something that would encourage more students to be able to come to A&M, students from maybe diverse viewpoints, diverse backgrounds that we haven't talked about, specifically if you go to your parents or specifically people who come in with different ideas and different things and different experiences that they could use to enrich the Aggie family. Also, I just think that it's a good policy to be able to extend that.
To further answer your question a little bit, like you mentioned, there's a lot of benefits. I think what stood out to us, kind of the biggest ones, there's lots of scholarships, fellowships, grants, all sorts of financial aid that require full-time student status. And so in order for a parent who's going to need that financial aid to be able to receive that, a lot of them have to be a full-time student. So this would just allow them to accept that aid while still being able to raise a child.
Yes, Chair Page.
Permission to follow up?
Yes, sir.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. So could you speak to if federal grants, loans, or any of that would be affected by Texas A&M changing their policy for 9 hours? I do not know exactly the timing of all federal grants, but I know my personal scholarship
which obviously I'm not a parent, but it still applies. It's not a federal grant or anything. It's a scholarship from a donor that I applied for in high school, and I'm required to be a full-time student. And it doesn't have an hours requirement, but Texas A&M requires 12 hours. So as a graduating senior, I'm allowed to take 6 hours, which I'm in right now, and still be a full-time student, so I can still receive my scholarship. And so situations like that would apply to this as well.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We'll now move into a period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6845, the full-time parent bill, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, Chair, on rules and regulations, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move that we deviate from the agenda into a period of executive reports.
A motion to deviate the agenda into a period of executive reports has been made. All in favor of doing so, or is there a second? All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Chair calls on division. All in favor of moving to executive reports, please stand. So a motion has been made to move into executive reports. This is the time when just Benigno, Jake Smith, and myself speak at the end of the meetings. And so the motion has been made to do so, which I believe is 7, and then all opposed, please stand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Very well, that motion fails, and I will never get to speak in front of you again. And we'll now move into SB 6846, the License Carry Handgun Fee Opposition Act. Yes.
Let me find my timer. I don't ever use it. I should finish on the like talk just for these meetings. Okay, you have 10 minutes starting at howdy. You have 10 minutes.
Well, howdy, Senate. Howdy. I gave a long presentation on this last meeting. I don't believe much changed in committee. I was actually not able to make it to that meeting. But this is simply establishing our legislative agenda for the next session of the state legislature. And what this does is trying to make our Second Amendment rights more affordable. So what we have in Texas is called a license to carry a handgun. License to carry a handgun is for open as well as concealed carry. Obviously, open carry is not allowed on college campuses. College campuses, concealed carry will be allowed on college campuses beginning in August. And all this simply does is it imposes the fee that it takes to get this license on the grounds that it is our constitutional right. If you look at driving, and you look at going to get your driver's license, driving is not a right, driving is a privilege. It's not anything afforded to you by the Constitution. It's something that's governed by state and state governance. And concealed carry permits, license to carry handgun permits are also governed by state governments. And there's a fee in order to exercise your constitutional right. I don't think that's right. You know, we have obviously educational classes that you need to pay for. That's a private service. However, the state government should not come in and say you need to pay $140 to exercise your constitutional right. And this is something that is not a far-fetched idea. It's something that the lieutenant governor has talked about. It's something that many state representatives have talked about. And I think that we should stand behind this because we are on a college campus, obviously. We're all college students. A lot of us are strapped for cash. And if you want to exercise your Second Amendment rights, some people don't have $140 lying around to do so. And it's, I don't want to pay a tax on my constitutional right, which is essentially what it is. It is money that the state would have to absorb in order to just take this cost and obviously process license, things like that. But what it is a limitation on the Second Amendment, which has been passed by the state government, but it should not be taxed. So that being said, that is all we have, unless there's something anybody wants to add. Good vote. We yield time to the floor.
The time has been noted before. Let me reset my timer. I'm gonna recognize myself first. I guess, can you explain what this fee money goes towards? Like, what does this fee money pay for?
So, the money, whenever you pay a fee to the state of Texas, you can't really say it goes in. It goes to the state of Texas. And from there, it is divided up into our budget. So you can't say it goes towards this, or it goes, it's kind of like our student fees in the university management fee. You can't say it goes to buses, you can't say it goes to student counseling services or anything. It goes into the pot. So it goes into the pot.
Senator Chen.
Senator Chen off campus, how much would that fee be?
The fee is $140 per. A $140 tax on the Second Amendment.
Senator McDonald.
McDonald on campus. Do you know how this fee would affect the economy, especially given the oil prices and everything?
Since it is a fee, I'm an economics major. Let me basically, if you stop taking a tax on a service, stop taking a tax on a good, then it will put money in. It will be that much money that's taken out of the that isn't being taken out of the economy. It will remain in the economy for normal commerce. So the economic effect would be a positive one, and there would be more opportunity for business, more disposable income, essentially.
Senator Collins.
Senator Collins off campus. Are you aware the $140 goes towards background checks for this concealed handgun license? I guess you're basically trying to say don't put $140 towards checking someone's background on this.
So like I said, it goes towards a pot that is then an equal amount is then distributed background check. So yes, I'm aware of that. However, there's still, the state of Texas still, if they're putting a limitation on the Second Amendment, still should absorb that cost.
So you're saying they shouldn't pay somebody to do a background check on someone that's going to be carrying a gun?
No,
that's the next year on campus?
That's not what I said. I said that the amount, the cost of doing that background check should be absorbed. The Second Amendment gives you exclusive rights to the right to bear arms, with no limitations. If a state is putting a limitation on the Second Amendment, they must absorb that cost.
Senator Lander, we'll get to you at the end.
Sharon Lander, LA.
Sorry, I'm gonna get there.
Would any of y'all also, if needed be willing to sponsor a bill that would oppose any kind of voter ID law, since that would also be a fee for those who wouldn't have voter ID?
Sure, if it's strictly an identification for voting, then yeah, I would oppose that. If it's a driver's license, then I would oppose it, because driving is not a constitutional right.
Senator Collins? Okay, Senator Day.
Senator Day, College Science. So if someone can afford to have a handgun and carry on campus and have ammo and et cetera, why can't they afford fees?
So it's not a matter of if they can afford it or not. And the obvious answer is because say you buy a handgun, it's a $200 handgun. Kind of crappy handgun, but yeah. Then you also must absorb a $140 cost on top of that to carry, which is a tax in the Second Amendment.
Chair Carlson.
Chair Carlson, Student Services. Would you agree that purchasing a handgun and getting licensed to carry a handgun are two completely different entities, and neither of them are required to do either? So being able to afford one really has no impact on the other.
Yes, I would agree. I think I'm tracking you, but yeah.
And seeing no more, I can't say over y'all, short. Seeing no more questions, we will now move into a period of debate, recognizing debate against first Senator Phil.
Senator Peel, off-campus admin amendment.
Please state your amendment.
So I thought we had my name in committee, and I didn't see it up there. So, yeah.
Really quick, let me.
Well,
So the amendment would be to add his name, recognize and debate against first, we have debate against adding his name. Seeing none, debate would be deemed one-sided, we will, yes?
Actually, Senator Rose, I last night, the bill is full and cannot have any voice sponsors. It's 15.
You could be added as a sponsor, so if that amendment would like to be made, correct? It's not 15.
Not 15 offers and sponsors.
Never mind. Sorry, bud. Now recognizing, or do you yield your time to the floor?
Yes.
Okay, now we're recognizing debate 4, recognizing Speaker Mitchell.
Speaker Mitchell off campus. Well, I Senate. Let's pass this bill. I love answering y'all's questions about it. And with that, I move to Previous question.
Previous question has been moved. All in favor of moving previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
In the ayes of the chair, that passes.
Division.
The division has been called. All in favor of moving previous question, please stand. Yeah. 19. 22. You're 20. Oh, no, you're right. 2 steps after I got past one. All against, please stand. Uh, 22 to 9, that motion passes. We will now move into a period of voting on this bill. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And with that, I'm gonna call my own division, actually. So all in favor of the bill passing, please stand. They're safe and sorry. Sorry, guys. All against, please stand. 26 to 11, that bill passes.
Hey.
Sorry.
All right, we'll now move on to SB 6847, the Good Samaritan Law Reformation Bill. If the authors could please come forward. You'll have 10 minutes beginning at half.
Howdy. You guys have heard of this bill before, but just to remind y'all, basically the idea behind the Good Samaritan bill is currently in the status quo. If someone is drinking alcohol illegally and they're incapacitated for whatever reason and in need of medical attention, then the person that calls for medical help for them will not get in trouble because we don't want to incentivize people to just let someone die to save their own skin. So basically what our bill is going to be doing is extending that to illegal narcotics. You guys have heard all that before, but basically we made 3 changes in committee. First, we fixed just some typos. Second of all, we noticed that 2 of the whereases were the exact same thing, so we condensed that. And then the final and most important change that we made is that we required that in order for the person who had been using illegal narcotics and needed medical attention, their need for medical attention must be deemed legitimate by a medical professional in order for them to get exempted from their the consequences of their actions. And this will prevent people from just being like, oh, I got hurt, like I can't go to jail now. So that we just wanted to cover for that situation. No, go ahead.
The consequences are legal consequences.
Yes.
All right, are you on your time?
Yeah, you're done. Yeah.
We'll go to, sorry, we had Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, permission to preference.
Yes, sir.
So I thoroughly believe that this is probably just an oversight or maybe the way that I read the bill, but in my reading of it, I see no distinction in be enacted clauses to distinguish illegal activity to be specifically narcotics or alcoholics, to where it could be construed as murder or genocide or something of that nature. And that's an extreme case, but all the same, let it be enacted clauses, I see no difference. So would you accept an amendment to the bill to specify that only narcotics or alcohol be considered under the illegal activity express?
Definitely.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Senator Strauss.
Senator Strauss. So could you further talk about this legitimate need for medical attention and what goes into that?
Right, so we don't want to have to accept the burden of any kind of defining any medical problems, because we're student senators, we're not medical professionals, so we're going to leave that to the professionals and what they deem legitimate.
We'll now go to Senator Sweet.
Senator Sweet, and there's academic programs. So under Let It Further Be Enacted 2, it says first minor. Does that mean only one minor, second minor contacts that want to apply? Could you clarify that, please?
Exactly. It's for the first minor. So in the event there are multiple people present, we don't want everyone calling 911 to try to get out of a crime. That would all be protected. So just the first minor that contacts. The first minor would be contacting in good faith.
We don't want them to like 100 people calling 911 at once, because that would take up a lot of the operator's time.
We'll now go to Senator Strauss.
Senator Strauss on campus. So does it matter if you're a minor or not when you're using illegal narcotics?
No.
We have it specified that it goes to either minor or adult.
Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much. We'll now move into a period. You guys could step to the side there. Yes, Chair Page. Good evening.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. I have a amendment to the bill.
Yes, sir. Please briefly state your amendment.
That a definition be added to define illegal activity as the usage of illegal narcotics or alcohol.
Okay, a amendment has been made to change there's been a second, change the definition of narcotics to, I missed exactly.
To add a definition of illegal activity to be defined as illegal narcotics or alcohol use.
Okay, is there any way you could provide that in writing or dictate it?
Or let it be further enacted 5, that the definition of illegal activity be the use of narcotics or alcohol in an illegal sense. I hope
I think I have it. So the amendment is that the definition of illegal activity be defined as the use of narcotics or alcohol in an illegal sense. Okay, is there any debate against adding this amendment as let it therefore be enacted 5 to the bill? Senator Sport. Yeah, you're debating against.
College of Agricultural Science. I'm afraid that limiting it to illegal substances or illegal use could make it where it says that we don't support if, say, a legal substance, spice, K2, or you OD'd on your own medication, that they wouldn't be protected the same.
Are you yielding your time?
Yield to the floor.
Floor has been yielded. I'll go to Senator Rosine.
I believe, Senator Rosine, College of Science, I believe the wording was to make it that narcotics and alcohol be if they were used to an extent that would be considered illegal. So anything that you might overdose on would, I think, fall under that category for minors.
I'm good. Oh, sure. You can yield to somebody.
Carlson, Chair Carlson.
Chair Page,
you have a motion?
Point of information, Mr. Speaker. Chair Page, Academic Affairs. If it is illegal use, can you be prosecuted for said offense?
If you are doing something legally, then you cannot be prosecuted.
Thanks,
Yes. Okay.
So basically, my point was going to be the same thing as Tripp just brought up. If you're not going to be prosecuted for something, then this would not apply in any manner because the Good Samaritan law is preventing someone from getting prosecuted for things that are illegal. So with that, I motion the previous question.
The previous question has been moved, and do the second. All in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. We'll now go back to Chair Page for debate against the bill.
I yield my time to the floor.
Floor has been yielded. Is there any debate for the bill?
Point of information.
Yes, sir, Senator Lynn. Chair
Did
Lynn.
we vote on previous question and not the amendment yet?
Yes, we did. Sorry about that. All in favor of approving the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Very well. Now you have it.
I yield my time to Senator Strong.
Senator Strong, next item amendment.
Yes, sir. Please briefly state your amendment.
The first amendment is to remove the phrase minor and replace it with individual throughout the bill.
A motion has been made to, an amendment has been made to change minor to individual throughout the entirety of the bill, and duly seconded. Is there any debate against this amendment? Yes, Senator Broach. Senator Broach.
Senator Broach, Item Life Science, and let it be further enacted too, it says another minor or legal adult. If you just replace the word minor, that's gonna mess up the whole sentence.
We have an amendment to the amendment.
I would amend that if he's going to amend minor out, that you also amend legal adult out.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment is to change minor to individual throughout, and then also take legal adult out of that one sentence. Duly seconded. Is there any debate against this amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move to voting on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passes. We will now go back to Senator Broach.
I yield my time.
Time has been yielded. Is there any debate for the amendment? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move to voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. We will now go back to Senator Trump for debating against the bill.
I have another amendment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We would amend, therefore let it be enacted to read, instead of legitimate, reasonable. So that way, reasonable. So that way, if I'm not a medical professional, but if maybe there isn't medical reason they need to see a doctor, but it's reasonable for me to assume that, that's probably a good enough reason to call it.
Okay, does this amendment have a second? There is a second. Is there any debate against this amendment? Senator Turp.
Okay, so, Senator Turpin, engineering.
And if you guys could please come down to the floor when I do this and like go back.
Okay, so the word legitimate is only used in the context of the medical help, like kind of deemed after the fact. So like when the person is like at the hospital or whatever, if the doctors say, oh, well, their claim was entirely yes, they were just trying to get out of prison, then you would want to use the word legitimate there to cover for that situation. Like, because you want to make sure that there was actually like something wrong with them, they were actually incapacitated and in need of medical help. That's why we picked that word legitimate. And I get my time.
What's the deal? We'll now move to debate for the amendment. Is there any debate for the amendments?
Yeah.
I'm recognizing Senator Day, actually, sorry.
Okay, poli science. I'm just foreseeing maybe some young college student who's never been to a party before, seeing his friend extremely drunk and not knowing, oh, he's gonna get better in the morning and thinking, oh, crud. And then they're saying later at the hospital, oh, this wasn't a legitimate reason, he's gonna get better, you should have known that, and then getting in trouble. And with that, I yield to
Yield to Chair Thompson.
Chair Thompson, rules and regs. I just want to echo what Chair Day said. I'm not a medical professional, and none of the people I go to parties with are. And most of the time, when people are at a party, their judgment is also clouded for whatever reason. And I don't want the life/safety of an Aggie to come down to the determination of an untrained, possibly intoxicated fellow student trying to make a determination about the medical legitimacy of the situation with which that other Aggie is faced. And I have a lot of respect for Senator Turpin, and I agree with what she says, but I think it's a little misguided to think that you would call someone, you would call for emergency services in an effort to escape legal culpability when there's no threat of legal culpability being assigned to you unless you call. And for that reason, I come down here to say we need to strike the word legitimate and err on the side of caution when it comes to the use/abuse of substances, which, of course, on many college students decide to experiment with. And with that, I will yield to.
What has been yielded, we'll now move to debate against the amendment, and we will go to Senator Turpin.
Senator Turpin, okay. They're still not understanding the intention. So basically, we're not at all indicting the person's reason for calling. If anyone for any reason suspects that a person might be in need of medical attention, they should call 100% of the time. Whether or not the person who's passed out gets out of their crime is not based on that. Like, it's based on, like, after the fact, at the hospital. Like, they can go to the hospital for any reason. Like, but after they get there, the doctor has to determine it, so.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay, 4 has been yielded. We will now move to debate 4, which by rule goes to Senator Strawman.
Scholar off campus. So I have a friend in the Fleming Engineering Department. He's a paramedic, works EMT, works at the football games, and he can tell you some pretty funny stories about drunk people he's encountered. So one of the things he often brings up is that there are a lot of times individuals call 911 and they receive drunk people that even him at an EMT level and his supervisor he's with know at a very basic level that person's going to be fine, that there was no need to call any medical services. So in that sense, there's no legitimate need for medical attention, right? And so what we don't want to do is create a bill where someone's like, I don't know, man, it's close, is that legitimate or not, and we're not medical professionals. Adding reasonable creates this protection where it's, for me as a plumbing engineer and not a medical professional, say, you know what, I don't know if he's okay or not, but I want to err on the side of caution. And so I think that if we have legitimate, that can create space for them to say, well, I'm going to call and then I maybe, spill like dragging myself out and get myself in trouble because maybe it's not legitimate. And so maybe that prevents someone from calling. So I think that reasonable standard is better. And with that, I yield my time to Chair Saunders.
Chair Saunders, rules are raised. I'll move for previous question.
Previous question has been moved and do a second. All in favor of moving previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Chair calls on division. All in favor, please stand. All right, and all against. And by a vote of 20 to 12, that fails. We'll go back to Chair Song. Do you have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of information.
Yes, sir.
Are we debating the word legitimate or reasonable for the person that's incapacitated or for the person calling? Oh. Because as my understanding is diverse.
So, yeah, so that the need for medical attention of the incapacitated individual is legitimate versus if it's reasonable. So that would be a scenario like if there is somebody who is incapacitated and like had a bunch of like weed laying there or something and needed medical attention, which, okay, yeah, we'll make jokes about that because that's a completely ridiculous situation. But if that person needed or didn't need medical attention on a reasonable or a legitimate basis. I think I confused
It's not about the caller, it's about the person that's passed out or that's
that's my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And
And that's been the assertion of myself and Senator Strother and others who have voted for the bill. If I'm sitting there with my friend who may or may not need attention, I don't want his health and safety to depend on, my fear of his prosecutorial prospects pursuant to my call to emergency services. And if I were to become, in a state of incapacitation where my friends were concerned, I wouldn't want my fate to depend on the criminal justice system as determined by a petroleum engineering major or a, special education major or any other type of major who wasn't, a certified medical professional or a certified public defender, et cetera, et cetera. The fact of the matter is, humans are going to make mistakes. To err is to be human, and to err on the side of caution is to be responsible Aggies as legislating for our fellow Aggies and to love our Aggie family and protect them over whether or not I think my friend is legitimately in medical peril. And with that, I move to previous question.
Previous question has been moved and seconded. All in favor of moving to previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Any ayes? Chair calls. Division has been called. All in favor, please stand. I believe he is standing. All right, and all against?
We're standing too.
And by a vote of 23 to 11, that passes. So we'll now move on to a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment? Yes. Senator.
Thank you, Council Works. I have a motion. I motion to refer this bill back to Legislative Affairs Committee.
A motion to refer back to the Legislative Affairs Committee has been made, which is a debatable motion. So is there any debate against sending back to the Legislative Affairs Committee? Yes, Senator. And the chair would remind the body, if you're looking to debate against, please hold a fist. If you're looking to debate for, please hold a hand. Senator Collins.
Yes.
I believe we have a rather healthy quorum. It's 40, or no, 33 for quorum. Gotcha. So with that, we are moving into debate. Is there any debate against moving the bill to committee? Yes, Senator Strother.
It's a bad idea. I yield to the floor.
No,
I yield to the chair.
We're getting that yield to the floor.
Sure, yield to the floor. Yes, Senator.
We are liberal arts, I forgot. Strother, can he eliminate, can I ask him a question?
No. You can speak to them. Yes, Chair Saunders.
Chair Saunders, rules and regulations, I yield to the floor.
The floor has been yielded, and now we will move into debate against. We need a chair. Chair. Yes, sir.
Point of order. I think I saw Ms. Senator Churko with her hand up on debate floor.
The floor can still yield to, and I recognize Sonka first. He doesn't have to yield to another senator. He yields his time to the floor. So then we will now go to Chair Carlson.
Chair Carlson, Student Services. Okay, guys, I mean, this is a great bill. We are literally one word away. There's no point in waiting 2 weeks to send it back to the disagreeing on one word. Let's just sort out whether we want to have legitimate or reasonable, figure out that one word, and then vote on it. I mean, we're not going to wait. It's just wasting time sending it back to committee because it's going to go back and they're going to change that one sentence, make it sound better, and it's going to come back and have this same discussion again. With that, I yield to the floor.
Floor has been yielded to. We'll now go to debate before we begin with Senator Turner.
Okay, Senator Turner, I understand the concerns of the people that want the word changed. We're still not communicating, so I ask that we send this bill to committee so that the other sponsors and I can clarify exactly what we mean by everything, because we understand what you guys are saying. So with that, I yield to Senator Kupak.
All right, Patty, thank you, Council Boards. Yes, this is an awesome bill, and it's great, and I'm pretty sure almost everyone here loves it. I don't want to have to wait 2 weeks either, but I think that those of us that have concerns with the exact wording I invite you all to come to legislative affairs next week, and we can sit down and talk about it, because this kind of conversation is getting so detailed and so deep enough that it will be a lot more effective for all of us as a body to do our jobs as legislators if we can sit down in a room outside here in Coldus and talk about it in a conversation rather than trying to explain semantics with Robert's Rules of Order. So please, let's just go ahead and send it back and have a good conversation, and we'll come back just a couple of weeks, and I'm sure it'll pass then.
What is this information? What is the word?
It's in order.
What is the word you're trying to change?
The word we're trying to change is this word legitimate to reasonable. So the incapacitated individual, provided their need for medical attention is legitimate, versus, just go back down to the word, versus if the need is reasonable. You have about 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, so I'll be brief. I get it. Everyone, we're exhausted. I'll take a deep breath and chill out real fast. This is important, yes, but we can talk about it in 2 weeks. Okay? Just let us do this in committee. If you've got an issue with it, something you want to change, want to talk to us, talk to Caroline, come to the committee meeting, please, and we'll work it out. But I don't think this is the right place to go over syntax and semantics and what the sentence means. It's a mess. Committee, I yield. Senator Roach, she had no choice, right?
Senator Roach, Ag and Life Science. I feel that this needs to go back to committee because Caroline and whoever has, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Brandon have written this bill, and they put the word legitimate there for a reason. They obviously did their research, they did their homework, and it's there for a reason. I feel like we should not be sacrificing Brandon and Caroline's wording for something that the rest of the body feels is debatable. Send it back to committee, they can fix it there, and we can all move on with our lives, so we don't have to be here till 11:30. I yield to, what do you
Yes.
Was Senate guaranteed a time extension, or do we have to be out here by 10:30?
I've been told by our director student that he was 11 o'clock.
I'm in the previous question.
First question has been moved, duly seconded, all in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passes. So now we'll be debating on the motion to send it back to committee. So all in favor,
Voting on the motion.
yeah, voting on the motion to send this back to the legislative affairs committee. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes chair, that clearly passes. That is referred back to committee. We'll now go to 6848, sexual assault bill. Bill offers police support. Yes, Chair Page.
Most is for questions.
Sure. I'm starting your time now. Get some pep in your step. I'll just start talking. 55 seconds. We're running out of time here.
All right, howdy, Senate. So this is a bill that I've worked really closely with members of the Legislative Relations Committee on. 3 members approached me and asked me to sponsor a couple weeks ago, and I'm still to do it. I think it's a good bill. With that, I'm going to let Jacob Barnett, you've seen him around here before, he's vice president of the LR committee with exec, kind of speak a little bit more about how this bill is going to affect the legislative agenda that we as student senators help create, and also just how it'll affect our lobbying efforts. So with that.
Yeah, well, howdy, Senate. So this is a part of a coordinated effort of working with some of the other universities. But when I say coordinated effort, I simply say that a priority for them is sexual assault. The details of what that entails is entirely up to, obviously, y'all. So we have the very unique opportunity of not only establishing what we believe is state reform for sexual assault policy, but we also have the opportunity to lead what other schools will consider to be reform from sexual assault policy as well. So what is in this bill covers a variety of fairly moderate changes to sexual assault reform. I think there's a lot that my team members can go through as to what that entails, but I think the biggest part of it is specifically the fact that when a student commits a sexual assault and tries to transfer to another university, if the previous university were at said they committed sexual assault, that record does not come over to the new university. Basically, if a university says that a student has committed a sexual assault and they transfer to A&M, that sexual assault does not come with them.
So you can have people who have committed sexual assaults come to A&M and we would never know about it. So that is a big part of the bill that I think is very important for y'all to focus on. That being said, there's a lot of other aspects that we can talk about as well, and I will let one of my team members come up and talk about that.
Yeah, so the other parts of the bill are just a more inclusive education of the definition of consent, as well as a little bit of a wording change as far as we want it to include ongoing. That's the biggest word that's going to be different from Texas A&M's definition of consent and then what we have. But the other two important parts of the bill are that first, if somebody falsely accuses somebody of sexual assault, then they will have mandatory conduct charges. Right now in the university system, it's not the way it is. And we think that that's really important to protect everybody involved in these allegations of sexual assault. But then the second part is just a more direct line of reporting so that people don't have to go all over campus to try to make a formal complaint, because it's a little bit confusing right now to where they actually go. So just a more direct line of reporting on that.
I think it's emphasize too that almost nothing about this bill has really changed. It looks different because we fixed a lot of the formatting in committee, basically all the formatting, and now it looks like a beautiful bill. So we also added one tiny sentence. Can you scroll up to let it be there for enacted 3? I'm going to read it verbatim. Oh, 2 more. There we go. Wait, can't read it. Okay. So the sentence we added was the second line. Or second sentence, in the event the accused is found innocent by a police investigation, no change in records will occur. I believe Chair Page brought that up when we were presenting the bill the first time. We thought it was a good point, so we tagged it on. But other than that, nothing about this bill is different than what we presented to you guys 2 weeks ago.
For clarification on that, what she's talking about is the question was, for those of you who aren't here, where, okay, someone is wrongly accused and it's already put on their transcript, but a police investigation clears them. What happens? So this is just going to change the way the transcript looks depending on whether or not they're found guilty or innocent.
All right. Are there any, we do have several questions. We'll begin with Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, Permission Preference.
Yes, sir.
I believe this was actually just addressed, but the way I read let it be enacted 3 is if the student is found guilty, his academic record is changed, and then if he is found innocent by the police force, no change will occur. Therefore, he still has that on his record. So it may just be the wording, but the way it comes off to me is that the police would not supersede the academic sanction.
Right, and if that's a wording issue, then we're certainly happy to amend it. The purpose of that will specifically address that situation.
Which is exactly my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now go to Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, they're off campus. So talk to me, or Christian breakfast. So talk to me a little bit about how this, like, will mark you on your transcript if you were convicted of sexual assault, or that how that mark on your transcript migrates to other schools if you transfer. Because it sounds like you could have different, like at different campuses, you could have different ways to define what a sexual assault is and how you come about determining that process. And is it fair to represent that, like, so say our process and text process is different. You transfer, whether it's equivalent, or how does that work?
Sure, yeah, I can take that question. So you are certainly right in regards that processes are different between universities. I don't think that necessarily is an issue of whether or not those processes are legitimate or if one is better than the other. The way that they go about the investigations are different. But I don't think that changes the fact that the investigations that most universities go about are fairly legitimate. In terms of your question about the transferring of records, the point of the bill is to streamline the process by which a record is transferred from one school to another, specifically in regards to whether or not a university says an individual is committed a sexual assault. So the entire purpose is to make sure that you can't just transfer out of a university and leave that behind, that we don't obviously want people who have committed sexual assault at our university. And so the point of the transferring records is specifically to avoid that situation.
All right, we'll now go back to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, Permission Preference.
Yes, sir.
Preface. Okay. So in here it says that the university shall be required to investigate all reports in a confidential manner. So the bill does not address how the university will investigate such reports, who makes the decision whether the party is guilty or innocent, whether they'll have a trial of any sorts, what the qualifications of the person are who is making this determination or anything of that sort. Could you please address this issue?
I can take that one. So the way, we're not changing the investigation process of A&M at all. So the way that the formal complaint process works right now is that you file a formal complaint and then an investigation team is withdrawn. And then they personally investigate it. And then before it ever goes to a trial, there's actually a second round of investigation. And then it will go to trial. That's the way that it's described in the student handbook. And so we're not changing that process though.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none? Yes, Senator Sweet.
Senator Sweet, additional academic programs. Just for clarification, what is the current definition of consent compared to what y'all are proposing? Just for clarification.
Sure. The difference in the definitions, there's really, the main difference is the word ongoing. Right now, Title IX uses that in their definition, but A&M doesn't include that in the definition that's in the student handbook. And so that's the real change. It's just we wanted to make it super clear for lack of confusion that it is ongoing consent or encouragement.
All right, seeing no more questions, we'll now move to period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Not even for the amendment? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Yes, sir.
Could I add my name as a sponsor to this bill?
Yes, sir. Is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to period of voting. All in favor of approving this amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. That's your passes. Can I go to Chair Page?
All right, Chair Page.
Oh, sorry, actually, you have the floor, so.
I yield to the floor. Or I yield to you.
Yeah,
Chair
actually,
Page.
you lose to Chair Page.
Academic Affairs, I have an amendment to the bill.
Yes, sir.
So my amendment would be to add that any investigation conducted by state or federal authority supersedes academic or Texas A&M authority. Something.
That amendment has been made. Is there a second? The amendment. There is.
If someone's more elaborate, please.
Can we see that in writing?
Yeah, sure. Can you restate that amendment, Mr. Page?
Yes. Okay. So changing the statement, in the event that the accused is found innocent by a police investigation, no change in records will occur. Change the no change in records will occur to the innocent findings from the police investigation will supersede previous determinations.
Okay, so that amendment has been made and seconded, so we'll now move to debate against the amendment. Is there any debate against the amendment? Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of Rural Arts. I don't really like the way that's worded. Me and Aubrey are currently working to make a new amendment. We wanted to say something more like, in the event the accused is found innocent by a police investigation, their records will be made to show the opinions of the police investigation, something more along those lines instead of the superseded thing, super listing. I mean, I know what you're saying, but anyway, that's what I'm trying to say.
Just give me 1 second.
Could we, yeah, give us a sec. Let me think this up. Just, yeah, you'll I'm just talking.
That's okay, just go. It's fine.
Okay.
Filibuster.
There's a stay in order. 15 seconds.
Yield to the floor, sorry.
Floor has been yielded. We'll now move to debate for the motion. Is there any debate for the motion? And seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move to a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment? Yes.
Senator Strahler, off-campus point information. What is the amendment as written?
The amendment as written is to change that in the event the accused is found innocent by a police investigation, that something along the lines of, and I'm not reciting this perfectly, but the investigation conducted by the authorities will supersede the university's investigation. So we'll now move back into voting. All in favor of this amendment, please say aye. All opposed, please say, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That fails. We will now yield back to Chair Page.
I yield my time to Pro Tem Dean.
I have an amendment.
Yes, ma'am, please.
It's an amendment reflecting the last amendment, it's fairly clear.
Okay, could I,
Yeah, I'm writing it, I can read it, but it doesn't care.
Sure, yeah, just read it, please. We need to get going here.
Okay. In the case of false allegations, in the event the accused is found innocent by a police investigation, the student record will be adjusted to reflect the records prior to the school conviction. So what this means is that the record will just adjust to be what it was prior before the mark was placed on your school record.
All right, does this motion, just have a second? All right, we'll now move to a period of debate against the amendment.
I have an amendment to the amendment.
Yes, sir.
The amendment would change the word innocent to the words not guilty.
Okay. This amendment. Duly seconded. All. Is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate is one sided. The amendment to the amendment. Debate is one sided. We'll now move to a period of voting on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Please say nay. Chair Sonka, you now have the floor.
Is there any other debate again? I yield to the floor.
Floor has been yielded. We'll now move to debate 4. Debate is one sided. We'll move to a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment as read, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. We're now going to debate against with Pro Tem Dean.
I am going to yield the floor.
The floor has been yielded. Is there any debate for the bill? Seeing none, the bill is one sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6848, the sexual assault bill, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. Passed unanimously. Voting on SB 6849, the tax-free tax vote bill. The officer, please come forward. You've got 10 minutes at 9:30. We have a.
He's not here.
Okay, we got, yes, sir.
Point of information.
Yes.
Do they need a senator to go to Mexico right now?
The bill is sponsored, and I think that makes it a valid piece of legislation, and they don't need them to be up here speaking, so you guys will have 10 minutes beginning at.
Thank you. Howdy, so we're for the tax-free textbooks bill. It's very self-explanatory in the name. We want all of our textbooks, any higher education textbooks, whether it's ebooks, online, which might be the same thing, for a public school or junior college or anything defined by the Education Code as a higher education establishment to be tax-free.
All right, are there any questions for the presenter? Chair Bob?
Chair Bob, would you know where that tax money would go to any like entity or federal entity?
I don't understand your question.
So
you got order. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move to a period of debate. Thank you very much.
Wait, you can ask that.
He was out of order, lost recognition. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of SB 6849, the Texas Tax Code Bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That's chair that passes unanimously. If we please say in order. And we will now move on to SB 6850, the Google Fiber Support Bill. The auditor, please come forward. Yes, Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs on a motion to refer this to the Academic Affairs Committee.
Motion to refer to Academic Affairs Committee has been made and seconded. Is there any, so we'll move forward with the motion. Is there any debate against the motion? Seeing none, debate is one side. Move to a period of voting. All in favor of referring this to the Academic Affairs Committee, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. As a chair, that passes unanimously. We'll now move to a period of voting on SB 6842, the Route 35 name change bill of the Office of the Police Control. You'll have 10 period of voting.
It's a period of voting.
For your presentation, 10 minutes. You guys may begin to have.
So, real quickly, basically, like I said a couple weeks ago, Hullabaloo bus route goes nowhere near Hullabaloo. And so a lot of students be confused by just, they get on the bus and end up at the cottages. So basically what this would do is change the name of Route 35, which is Hullabaloo, to solely And the reason big solely is because solely is just, an icon to this school, a lot of things, represents a lot of things, but he actually doesn't have a bus route named after him. And so we just thought that'd be a fitting one to put as an off-campus route. That's basically it. Do we go to that?
No, and then so we'll take this to staff committee and get them to add this on the agenda for discussion. So that's the next process of this legislation. All right. Are you guys yielding? Yep. All right, we'll go to Pro Tem D.
President being off campus, changing the name to be after Sully, do you think, given the campus climate, that is a good idea?
Can you clarify your question?
Granted, some of the past rumors about Lawrence Sullivan Ross and perhaps maybe the topic of slavery, would it be a very good idea to name out a bus route after him as well?
I guess if Lawrence Sullivan Ross did own slaves, that could be a concern, but I think he's an iconic symbol of this university, and I don't really think, I mean, he lived in the South in the 1800s, there's lots of other representative figures of this university that may have owned slaves. I don't think that's really relevant in this case. So it's going to be a model Texas A&M regardless. And so to answer your question, I don't think that has any direct correlation.
I sat back there and listened to all the students come up, and we both take that extremely seriously. We want to have an actual discussion about the climate of campus as it is right now. There needs to be some change. What we don't want to do is we don't want to conflate someone who helped build our university. And the fact surrounding his life, I'm not an expert on what he may or may not have done. But what he's seen to his students, when you go put the penny on him, it's because he tutored students, he helped students, he helped build the university, and we want to remember him in that way. And we want to do everything we can to, have a conversation about the campus climate, but we also don't want to, associate someone who built our university's name with something that is currently going on now. I feel like there's a gap between there that we can avoid putting his name in someone's fault for the campus climate. Senator Turner. Senator Brennan.
Senator Brennan, have you considered Senator Matthew Gaines as a potential name for this?
No, we have not. And actually, in a couple weeks, Transportation Services, because there's 2 new bus routes coming, and I thought they were going to come tonight. I guess there's miscommunication, but we'll have a TSAC meeting on Wednesday and get it scheduled. They're going to come to us with their kind of ideas for the 2 new routes that are currently unnamed, Route 40 and I think Route 9 is the other one. So they're unnamed. So they're going to come to us, and that'd be an opportunity for all of us to present ideas for other route names that, in addition to the ones that we already have. So that'd be a great opportunity to bring that up to them. But no, for this one, we do not consider that.
Right now, there's one route that there's a consensus on is going to be called vet school because it goes to vet school, and that seems like a pretty straightforward one. The other route, the 2 options that are currently listed are Whoop and Century Tree, but I think adding Matthew Gaines' name to that list is more than fair. That's awesome. We should absolutely do that and consider that. I think they could both be considered at us changing this route name and adding his name as well. I think there's no issue to do both. Senator Turner.
Senator Turner, off campus, have you guys considered naming right after Von Miller?
Again, that consideration wasn't made, but that's something that when Transportation Services does give their presentation and in a couple of weeks, whenever they end up to talk to us, then that'd be awesome to bring up.
All right. Seeing no more questions, we'll move into a period of debate. Thank y'all very much. Is there any debate against this bill? Seeing none, debate is one side. We'll move into a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6852, the Route 35 name change bill, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That passes. We'll now move into a period of presentation for SB 6853, the interview absence bill. The officers, please come forward. Go to the off board.
So howdy, Senate. Howdy. So I came before you guys 2 weeks ago to explain this bill. Essentially, it just allows students to have excused absences for interviews. which is an impediment for a lot of students who are really career focused and do understand that they're here to receive an education, but also get employed after they graduate. So I feel like it's pretty straightforward. And that's all I have.
All right, are there any questions for our presenter? Seeing none, thank you all for the great presentation. We'll now move to a period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, debate is deemed one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6853, the energy absence bill, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. We'll now move to a period of SB 6854, the active shooter procedure bill. If the author could please come forward.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I brought this bill last semester, but it expired. So basically, in light of college campus shootings, there's kind of a culture of fear and uncertainty, and you kind of treat it as a car accident. You don't really think, or drug driving, you don't think it would happen to you, that it does. And so there's a lack of education of students and even faculty on the correct procedure in the event of an active shooter. People don't really think about it. People don't think, let me go search it on Google, which is what you have to do in order to know what to do on campus. So basically, if we can send out an email that says, here's what you need to do when you come in contact with a bat, we can increase awareness for what to do in the event of a shooter. So this bill asks that the university makes a presentation at new student conferences, just brief on the correct procedure in highly populated areas on campus, just in the spirit of creating, just showing our commitment to creating a positive environment and decreasing uncertainty or anxiety among students. And then the last thing, this bill has to do is that the university contacts all departments and has their faculty address to their students in class the correct response to the shooter based on the building that they're in, because the procedure could differ depending on where students spend their time. Like the library is going to be different than a classroom, and so similar to the Americans with Disability Act paragraph that is at the bottom of your syllabi. This bill asks that departments require their faculty to cut and paste a paragraph that's written by the department and put it at the bottom of the syllabus that provides a brief statement on emergency information for the building that class is specifically in, and then also provides a link to the emergency procedures website, which students don't really know about. And so just putting that there where all students are going to be able to see it is going to thoroughly increase awareness on what to do. And studies show that any sort of awareness significantly cuts down response time for students. People are not going to be hesitant on what to do if they've seen something before. So that is basically it.
All right, do we have any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. Moving to debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Yes, Senator Danielle.
I've sent an amendment to them.
Okay. We have an amendment. Is there, could you please briefly state the purpose?
In the last, therefore let it be enacted, the grammar is just kind of funky and it doesn't have the link to the website.
Okay, we have a funky grammar amendment. Is there a second? Is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate will silence. We'll now move to a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. And you now have the floor for debate against. The time we yield to the floor. Is there any debate for? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting on the bill. All in favor of approving SB 6854, the active shooter procedure bill, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. As the chair, that passes unanimously. We'll now move to a period of SB 6855, the Senate Executive Branch Counterpart Establishment Act. If the authors could please report. 10 minutes beginning at 5.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. So, there's something that I realized not having a vice president of academic affairs, and wow, it's really hard to get anything done. I mean, there's a lot of things that IA and people, committee chairs have to do within this body, but then also trying to lobby for that legislation and that in the off time. It really helps having a counterpart to work with and to really lobby for the things that this body passes and try to get the change implemented. And I don't see this as being an issue. I don't see this as like anything we have to worry about, most likely, but all the same, codifying these positions that are the exact counterparts to the chairs that we have here in Senate, I think is very beneficial. We've recently done that with the community relations counterpart, municipal affairs, but the other chairs, like, for example, a student body president can come in and decide not to appoint somebody to that. And while currently that's within their right, I think that it just really hurts what we can get done as a body. So again, this isn't a reactionary measure or anything. This isn't something that I anticipate becoming a problem at any point. I just think it could help us a lot to not have the potential for that to come up in the future. Furthermore, this bill creates a position called an executive position that's a counterpart to the constituency affairs chair. So as you guys are well aware, election season's coming up and all that, and not necessarily in that capacity, but I've been talking to some student organizations, and it's amazing. They don't really know much about us. I'd say, in my experience, roughly 6 to 8%, and I'm speaking of engineering students now, I can't say that's true across the board. 6 to 8% of the people I've talked to even have any vague idea what Senate is. So I'm not trying to place blame on anybody, but we don't have an effective outreach program. And I think having somebody dedicated to that cause on the executive side could definitely help with that. So again, that's just creating counterparts for the people we already have in place in Senate to ensure that we have somebody to work with and we have people on both sides, the legislative and the executive, to go ahead and push forward what we pass in this body. With that, do you have anything you want to add?
I just kind of echo what he said. I mean, this really, the base of this isn't making any changes. SPP Benigno has done it, SPP Kelly did it, SPPs in the past pretty much have all had these positions, so it's not going to be anything new. It's just in the event of someone wants to completely change the way things are structured, to kind of prevent that, so that we can keep the precedent that the last couple SPPs and for as far back as I know have maintained. So this is just putting it in the code, that way it's there and there's no argument about whether or not they're going to actually appoint some of these positions.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Rules and Regulations Committee. Chair Sonker.
Mr. Speaker, Chair Sonker, Rules and Regulations, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move to refer 6858, 6859, 6856, 6857, 6862, 6860, 6861, 6863, and 6864 to the SS, RR, RR, SS, RR, SS, 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 and SS committees respectively.
So 58 to SS, 56 to RR, 57 to RR, 59 to SS, 62 to RR, 60 to SS, 61 to SS, 63 to SS, and 64 to SS.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
This motion has been seconded. Is it a debatable motion? Is there any debate against? President Dean.
For starters, there was a huge issue with the bills being last meeting being sent just to committees, and committees not even knowing what bills they were supposed to have. Second off, it's our job to be in here and to listen to bills. And I know that it's like, you have 1 Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays a month, you have to sit here and listen to bills, and there are people in this group who are not senators who work very hard on these bills, and out of appreciation, we should be able to hear why they wrote what they wrote and what we should
Now go to Chair Sonker.
Chair Sonker, Rules and Regulations. I agree with President Dean that these bills were written for a reason. We need to hear that reason. But we were not granted an extension for tonight, and as a student government, we need to identify a set of priorities. And whether or not those priorities are identified, are listening to students who speak during our open forum.
Please say over.
Person being off campus, do we not still have another hour left in this room?
We do have 1 hour, yes.
So whether or not those priorities are listening to students who have open forum speeches about diversity, or whether or not that's reading bills on first readings, which are available on the drive, and if you're really passionate about it, you can go to the committee hearing, and we will have a 10-minute presentation about, in 2 weeks from now, is something that I kind of lean towards we should be listening to students. And if they want to take up a whole hour in open forum, and that leaves us with, time for our exec reports and maybe, pushing the legislation to committee right away, I think that's okay because bills change a lot.
Cannot the speaker encourage all bill presenters to move quickly as he has been doing all night?
Well, the speaker can, however, to his point, there hasn't been an executive report from me since November.
And, argumentative points aside, the fact of the matter is the most service we can provide is by refining our bills through the committee process. It's important to have a first reading, but it's not as important as it is to hear from students on issues such as diversity or the fish aids that came tonight. It is not as important as it is to hear from our other branches. Because just to remind you guys.
Point of information, if this fails, would it be in order to move to executive committee reports, open session, and then come back to new business and get as many as we have time for, and then make this motion at that point?
Yes, it would.
My motion to deviate to exec reports has already failed tonight, and so I'm asking you guys, push these bills in the committee where they can be refined. Let the committee process do its work, and we'll entertain the full weight and gravity of the bill when it's in its final version. And tonight, we already listened to a bunch of students from progressive differences, and now I think it's time we give SPP Benigno a chance to speak, Jay Court a chance to speak, and our speaker a chance to address us in regards to other things which can initiate a process of research and legislation on topics you as a Senate and me as a chair are not even aware of. And with that, I move to the previous question.
Previous question has been moved. Is there a second? There's a second. All in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. Now we move into a period of voting on the motion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
As with the chair calls on division. All in favor, please stand. All right, and all against. By vote 17-17, that fails. We'll now move back into new business with SB 6558, the Senator Broach.
I have a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Broach, adding my signs. A motion to pull, I think it's 6851, the carpool repeal out of committee.
Motion
Of
appeals.
our committee.
6851, the Carpool Repeal Act out of the RR committee. Has been made and duly seconded. This is a debatable motion. Is there any debate against this motion? Yes, Chair Carlson.
Point of information, Chair Carlson, services, is that in order during new business, or is that?
It is in order at any time between main motions, yes, sir. So seeing no debate against, we'll continue to debate one-sided. Now move to period of voting. All in favor of pulling the SB 6851, the Carpool Act, the Carpool Repeal Act, Carpool Act Repeal Act out of committee, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Doesn't chair, that passes. If the bill offers, please come forward.
Please stand over, sir.
Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, they're off campus. I move to limit your presentation to 2 minutes.
Is that for this bill or for all bills? This bill and all bills?
For all bills moving forward.
Okay, for all bills the rest of this meeting, 2 minutes been made into the second. All in favor of doing that, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. That passes. You'll have 2 minutes.
Howdy, this bill was sent to committee and it was overlooked, so I'm pulling it out because there's nothing wrong with it in the first place. This bill is pulling out a bill that is free floating. It technically does not exist as we do not have a final or even a copy at all of it. So it just needs to be pulled out because it's not in our code, which is supposed to be written into our code, not in our code. We don't have a final copy. It is not doing anything, so it needs to be taken off so we can get rid of it.
Very well. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Straw.
Senator Straw off campus. So we pulled it out so we could vote no to kill the ghost bill.
We pulled it out to vote to kill the ghost bill.
So to clarify, yeah, it was just overlooked with the issue with bills not being properly put in committee folders, and that it wasn't, the committee chair wasn't aware that it was in his committee, so it wasn't considered. So this is why it's been pulled out of committee, just so that we voted on, not lost in translation.
All right, seeing no more questions, Chair Carlson.
Chair Carlson, Student Services. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused with is y'all's intentions to, so this, I mean, I know the vote's low, but is y'all's intentions to kill it, to get rid of it, or is it just to get it read and so it can get passed?
No, so the bill that is here is to get rid of the 6781 Carpool Act. That particular
So to
bill.
answer your question in specific, yes, we want to pass this bill, not kill this bill. We just wanted it pulled out of committee so it wasn't lost in the process.
Yes.
10 seconds. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much. We'll now move to a period of debate. Is there any debate against this bill? Seeing none, debate has been decided. Now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6851, the Carpool Act Repeal Act, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. We'll now move to a period of presentation for SB 6858. You'll have 2 minutes beginning. Howdy, if the presenters please come forward. Yes.
Point of information, Senator Hopkins, would it be in order to move to a period of executive reports, or do you then move to a period of executive reports?
That is in order, yes, sir. Senator Strauber.
Senator Strauber off campus, I move we deviate the agenda to executive reports.
Period of executive reports has remained duly seconded. All in favor of deviating to go to executive reports, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Chair calls on division. All those in favor of going to executive reports, please stand. And all against? And by a vote of 31-7, that passes. We'll now move to executive reports, beginning with Student Vice President Joseph Benigno. You'll have 8 minutes beginning.
Howdy. Howdy. All right, so I first want to address diversity conversation we've been having campus since the events of February 9th. So I believe that this is a continued conversation that we need to have. There need to be steps moving forward that are measurable, attainable, and not just a dialogue that gets talked about a lot. And so I want to say that first. However, I do want to say that generally, I believe that Texas A&M's response, our student body's response, has set a new standard for universities in terms of quickness, in terms of owning up to it, in terms of a unified leadership response with both President Young and Chancellor Sharp going to the school as well as myself in a much more minor sense. That has been written by the student newspaper at the University of Texas. It says, you know, Texas A&M just showed everyone else in the country how to do that, and they did it correctly. And also Senator West, who I believe he represents the district, the students in the district affected. And he was at the school, clearly very upset and tired as an older African American about these things happening for a very long time in America that he's witnessed. He just released a statement. It's on the battalion. I hope you get a chance to read it, praising Texas A&M and our student body's response and our administrator's response to the incident itself. And so as far as the incident goes, I believe that has been handled well, but it has also brought attention to a larger issue and to a conversation that needs to be had. So on the issue front, I believe that we have handled ourselves well, and then moving forward, I believe there will be more steps that need to be taken. And that's something that will continue, not just during my time, but for years to come. Hopefully, we will see more tangible steps be taken. That being said, the rest of what I'd like to address with you all is the fish aid bill. I know that probably some of you are tired of hearing about it by now tonight, and maybe you do not want to hear from me, a former fish aide, about my opinions on this bill. However, I hope that you can trust me when I say that I am not against this bill because I'm a former fish aide. And I hope that you are able to trust me in that position. Now, I pretty much was exactly the type of fish aide that this bill is addressing. I did not prep Senate, and I was placed on Senate, and so that I experienced exactly the issue. And I loved it. So in that sense, I did attend. I wrote my bill report summaries. Eventually, I fell in love with Senate, and I ran for Senate at the end of my freshman year and was elected. And so that placement on the committee that I had no idea what it was, I didn't know that I would have wanted to prep it. I did not know that I would enjoy the speech and debate aspect of Senate so much, created a passion for me about Texas A&M that I would not have had otherwise outside of being placed, again, not against my will, but against my own, top three preferences. I didn't know anything about Senate, so I knew about muster, I knew what it was, I knew about big event, and I knew about Traditions Council, my sister was on it. So that's all I knew. I was limited by my own knowledge, but I was able to have a good experience in the 65th session, which is saying a lot, and eventually came to love Senate. And so that's my experience. So I have a very different perspective from what was presented tonight from some of the chairs. And I understand that there are frustrations with attendance and participation, and that certainly sounds all troubling to me. But I don't believe that the way to start a conversation is with a bill changing that committee. I think that sets a dangerous precedent. I'll get to that in a second. But also during my time as a freshman on the Senate Finance Committee, we were not managed. Shout out to Fernando. We were not managed by our chairs. There was a position outside of the senators. His name was Jeff Bull, and I don't remember what his title was, but he was kind of the managing worker for Senate who laid out the placards and did all the technical stuff, and he managed the fish aids. And I don't know where that position went, but that to me seems like something that would be very helpful in this situation. Someone that is going to check in on the fish aids to make sure they're writing reports. We would meet externally on the off weeks to make sure that we were going to our meetings. Like there was a system of accountability in place at the time on the Senate end of things that was to me very beneficial. That was not discussed. I think that would be a very good step in the right direction. But anyway, so I'm not. I started by saying I'm not against this bill because I'm a former fish aide, and you may not believe me, but that's the truth. I'm against this bill for a few reasons. The first and most important reason is precedent. I do not believe that the Senate should reach into the selection process of any committee in SGA. I think that the committees should be able to stand alone on their own as organizations that choose their own members. Now, once those members are chosen, they are subject to the oversight of Senate. I have no problem with that. I am open, obviously, to conversations about changing the way, once the 40 fish aids are selected, how and where they are placed in the committees. That, to me, I believe is a system that could be improved. But for Senate to say, we are going to help you choose your actual members, not choose where they're placed in their committees, but we're going to choose which 40 are selected, is extremely problematic. And I know for a fact that because this bill passed, a conversation between Rusty and a chair of a committee has already taken place where he says, if this is the case, if Senate can reach into committees and change who is selected, we are leaving SGA. And that's something that he said that he is looking into to make sure that they as a committee can stand on their own. They would leave SGA before they'd be in a place where the precedent is set that Senate can change and directly pick who is selected. So just be aware that there are consequences far-reaching past fish aids with the passage of this bill. Excuse me. Thank you. So the precedent is very poor, and I think it sends a terrible message to our other committees. And so just be very aware of that. And two, a second reason is I think that it's requiring the freshmen to make a decision with less information than they have now in the committee selection process. It's saying, choose a committee before you get a chance to be presented on. Choose a committee before you get to meet anybody. Mark down that committee when you turn in that piece of paper, and you really have, what, a fish camp presentation maybe to go off with, or your knowledge of SGA. Like I said, I didn't have any knowledge of Senate coming in. That's why I didn't prep it. I didn't get a chance to know that much about it. If there had been a more educational experience once I've been selected in the fish aids, where there had been a better, I don't believe Scott Bowman came and presented like Aaron did that year. But if there had been more information, I might have thought, you know what, I like public speaking. I like kind of legislative processes. Maybe Senate is what I would have wanted to do. And so I think that there's a lack of information for freshmen. Like, what freshman knows about Costco? What freshman knows about carpool or all these committees? Like, no one's going to write them down beforehand unless they have prior knowledge of these committees. That, to me, is a very flawed system. It just doesn't seem to work. And the last thing is that, and I don't want to point fingers because I understand that there are problems that need to be fixed. And so I want to agree on that. However, I think it's a bit hypocritical that we have a committee that has not performed their function in 2 years in built, and we're hearing a bill about fish aids before built. We have believe me, I was part of this body, but we have a body that last week chose not to pass a bill that would essentially hold you more accountable to attendance. And that to me seems a bit hypocritical. And another flaw is the logic of if they choose to be part of the Senate, they would never be gone when we have a lot of senators absent out. So that's flawed as well. There's a lot of flaws to this bill. Please be considerate of that moving forward. Thanks to Gigam. I'd love to take questions.
I'm actually going to recognize myself for question first. And as you know, I'm not trying to take sides on this fish aid bill, but I do have an extensive knowledge of the fish aid code. And are you, are you aware that there are already pieces in the code that govern selection processes?
I believe that this is a level of governance that has not yet been set.
Okay. And then my other question is regarding build. So we've sat down with Bill, and we have and we've talked to him, we've kind of given him ultimatums, and you have the opportunity to bring forward legislation just as much as anyone else here. Why is that? How is that a fair comparison?
To me, this is the equivalent of if fish aids not only had one branch they send fish aids to be upset. This would be the equivalent of if they had not selected 40 fish aids, if they had not held office hours, if they had not sent any committee members to any fish aids to any committees for the last 2 years. That's essentially what Bill has done. They have not held a conference. They have not had leadership. They have not selected any members to be part of their body. Like, Bill essentially is not functioning right now, and for some reason we're addressing fish aids with their poor attendance in Senate before we're addressing a non-functioning member of student government, which, believe me, I think should be addressed. But I'm just saying, like, of the priority list of fixing SGA, I think it's dishonest to say that fish aids is the #1 problem. And that to me just stood out as odd that we have a non-functioning committee where no legislation has been brought. I'm sure that is news to many of you, but because of the spotlight that fish aids get sometimes, I believe that's why this legislation is coming.
With 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining for time.
President off campus. Is Bill not having a conference in like 2 weeks?
The last I heard about Bill was that reservations were attempted to be made by other people that were not responded to. And that was a couple weeks ago. I'm not up to date on that.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Seeing as the Chief Justice is not here, unfortunately, Jay will not go to speaking privileges, so I'll move to my executive report. Well, how does that? Thank you very much for giving me the time to speak. I've had, in my little folder here, I actually have about, I think 3 executive reports I've planned out, and I had a big this one's a big list where people are saying like, Aaron, you're always so disrespectful all the time. It was like all the mean things people have done to me. And I was gonna come up here and be like, hey guys, I take a lot of heat too. We get heated, and I was gonna say, I was gonna talk about all the crap I take because I'm the face of this body, and kind of, try to talk about that a little bit. But today, what I want to talk about is constituency outreach, particularly as it pertains to our new committee, as well as some talk about a trustee versus a delegate model in political science. And I know that sounds like it's going to bore you, but we have a lot of rhetoric in here, and the rhetoric is do we need to reach out to students and poll the students and really figure out what they want, or do we need to sit here, use our brains, think general things that students want, and try to work towards that? And my argument is that a delegate model, which is where you're going to poll people, is inherently biased because you have circles of friends that are unique to you, and you can never statistically poll the student body significantly. And that's one thing that I cringe when I'm up here and I hear people talk about, well, Chair Hood's Twitter poll of, that is 90% this way, asking would you ride a train? Or like, well, I talked to a lot of students who said this. That is valuable, in my opinion, to gain ideas and gain perspectives, but it's not valuable. It's not valuable enough to vote away because you talk to a group of people. What you need to do is either poll the student body entirely as in a referendum on a simple issue that does not require a lot of information. So the advising fee is a perfect example of what you should poll the student body. You ask them, well, do you support this to increase advising quality? They say yes or no. If you ask them, do you support a high-speed rail, they would all say yes. But then this body sat down and got to the bottom of it and found out the stop's 35 minutes away and it's going to cost $90 to get to Dallas, and no student would use it. So there are issues where there are more than meets the eye, and those are the ones especially where you need to sit down, you need to vote on your ability to solve the issue. And that's my 2 cents on that. Delegate model and reaching out to people is very valuable for new perspectives, different ideas, wind chime idea. Like anything, you can reach out and find new ideas and bring them to this body for discussion is very valuable. However, the trustee method, where you are trusted to come here and make the right decision, is what you should be voting on most of the time. That being said, I would like to speak to the committee I appointed today. Chair Clark is not here. But I want to speak that, and I've spoken with Diversity Commission, and basically my hope is that this committee can they can meet with the Diversity Commission, as well as with as many of these students as possible, who I believe the Diversity Commission was here today trying to get a lot of their information. And I want to address this, campus climate. I want y'all to legislate on this. That's why I appointed the committee. That being said, I want to talk again about the quote of the battalion today because I got like roasted for it by Emilio when he was up here. They asked me if my response would be proactive or reactive, and you cannot have a proactive response by definition. I actually looked up a response is a reaction to a thing is a definition. So anyways, I'm still upset about that. And also, one more thing on constituency affairs. I've spoken with Chair Page about this. We approached the Vice President of Student Affairs Office about the possibility of replacing our ag input boxes with some iPads where you can go and you can type in things. If our plan goes according to plan, it would be funded through the Vice President of Student Affairs Office, and the Senate, as well as the staff of the BPSA would kind of come through those and engage in that delegate model of reaching out and finding information, new perspectives. So that's all I have for you guys. I'd be willing to entertain any questions.
Recognizing questions not from Chair Hood.
Chair Hood, Finance. So, Commissioner Probst.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
going on your delegate model versus, I forget the other name, the representative, the trustee model. Do you think that the trustee model is accurate for this body based on how our elections go? Where everyone just kind of, many of us are running again, where we throw our name in a hat and we campaign to an extent. We create a Facebook page, we put a couple posts on there. We say, this is my stance on this is what we've done, or this is what I've done. Do you think that the way student body elections are now, as opposed to either a party system where people vote on individual stances and trust them to represent, really matches the trustee model when in Senate we don't really have that?
So there are outliers. If you received 2 votes and got elected, I'm not trying to pick on you, but there are people who maybe were not, maybe, I remember there's a guy named Bo Jenkins one time. They got elected because his name was Bo Jenkins. He absence out in the second week or something. But if you were elected for some strange circumstance, you weren't, they didn't really put their trust in you perhaps. However, if all 80 people operate on this trustee model, then then the body as a whole, I believe, what I've seen, will in fact represent the opinion. So while there are some flaws across the board, it will absorb those flaws and still produce the correct result.
I'm not going to recognize myself. You listed the names for the Climate and Inclusion Committee.
Yes.
There were some people that emailed you that weren't on that list. Can you explain maybe why?
I attempted my best to select a diverse group of individuals, and that I also wanted there to be 9, because it's a pretty good number, and it's an odd number in case there's 9 including the chair.
So can follow up, can you explain how I guess those were selected and other people not allowed to be on the committee?
So I selected people who were racially diverse. I tried to select women, and from there, I selected people who I thought were passionate about the issue, and that's essentially it.
Well, recognizing Senator Chen.
So, Jen, on campus, would you like to meet with your ad hoc committee outside right after this meeting?
I would sure love to.
Senator Board.
Senator Board, Ag Life Science. You mentioned iPads. How would those be protected and funded?
So we're hoping for funding through the VPSA office. All right, we're working angles. All right, it's all about working angles, because they would also have a benefit from receiving student input. Okay, and so it would be something like on a stand. It would be in a case of some sort. It's not something that's going to fall over. It would obviously be secured. You see them all the time at the store or whatever. There exists or things. They have things for this. It'll be all right.
Senator Roach, Ag Life Science. With that, do you have any plans for a certain old ag input or certain input box that resides in the city office?
This is the blue box. It's all around campus. They were recently taken up. University Center actually contacted me and were like, "These things are hideous. Can you please get rid of these?" Ran by Chair Bosworth, like, "Sure, get it out of here. It's not actually mandated in code." That being said, we have one in the office. I wanted to burn it, but people are saying it's going to be a pass down, or maybe like some kind of cat thing. So I don't know what we're going to do, but have I gone over my 4 minutes?
You have 19 seconds remaining and 1 question left.
Okay, I don't want to answer.
Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, calling the floor. I'm still a little confused with your whole extension of trustee model versus
10 seconds.
representative. Just because it seemed.
I'll write a memo about it.
Awesome.
Doing that, we close and we'll now move back into new business.
All right, we'll now move into, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I move to deviate from the agenda and go to open session.
Motion to deviate to open session has been made and duly and seconded. All in favor of going to open session, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Please say in order. That motion fails. We'll now go into, yes, sir.
Is there not one bill that is in open session that we have a large minority community come to this meeting to hear about that may or may not be passed through because we might not get to it? And I think it's a very important bill to get to for.
Point of order, Chair Soccer Rules and Regulations, that's point is totally different argument.
You're right. That's out of order. So we're now moving on to 6858, pending any motion. All right, 6858. If the bill authors could please come forward, there will be 2 minutes beginning to happen. 6858, the student disability bill.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
I'm Matt Gray. I represent the Legislative Relations Committee.
I'm Kyle Cox.
Excellent. He's going to tell you a story that's going to basically elaborate on the importance and the issues of this particular bill. We're going to be introducing a bill that is a legislative priority for A&M, and Student Disability Services. Please, Kyle, inform them on this bill.
So, every day, I have to consistently map out my day to the minute, especially being involved in many organizations. In a typical day, I have to call transportation every morning to see if they have any availability for transportation that day, especially if it's raining. Being in political science and numerous amounts of organizations, it requires me to meet with a lot of people. This requires me to coordinate.
Sorry, real quick,
Chair Soccer Rules and Regulations, I move to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes.
Okay, so moved. So we'll have 4 minutes. Do the second. All in favor of extending by 3 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. You may continue, Mr. Cox.
Being in political science and numerous amounts of organizations, it requires me to meet with a lot of people. This requires me to coordinate with my attendant and his class schedule because, after all, that's my only means of transportation. So every day, I have to plan out what I'm doing for the day, how I'm going to get to places, when my attendant can be free, because he is a student as well, and when I'll need help, which can include transportation, eating, and even simple tasks such as just getting the bag off the back of my chair. I tell you this to show you how much planning a typical day for someone with a disability can require.
Now, as you've heard, thank you again, Senators, for extending the time period for this, because this issue we've been working on for a tremendous amount of time. And I know that you're here to hear these issues and to make sure it gets heard. And this is one of the most important issues on this campus, because as you heard from a story, we take for granted the fact that we walk to class. I ride a bicycle, okay? I jump over every kind of obstacle I can see. He's in a wheelchair. You see the size of his wheels? Every little bump and sidewalk, little cracks and whatever, make it extraordinarily difficult for him to traverse the entire campus. This is why, and this is one of the reasons why we're honing in on these 3 specific issues on this bill, and it should be a state reform. And it shouldn't just be isolated to this campus either. It pertains to all campuses in the state of Texas. And these 3 elements are very firstly going to be making sure that any change that happens, like if there's anything that a student runs into, so if he's walking to campus or he's riding to campus and he has a sidewalk issue, he can't get to class, and there's a particular spot that it impedes his safety, his safe traverse, his safe travel to that classroom, he needs to be able to have that fixed. There needs to be an issue to where students can have those items fixed on campus. Secondly, needs to have a means to communicate with the person that's going to make the shot, make the calls, a direct line of communication to those in power that can make those changes, instead of cutting through numerous amounts of red tape and waiting for weeks on end for a work order. That's the second. And thirdly, whenever there's a major change that happens on campus that directly affects disability services, that needs to go through a channel in which it's going to be debated, an open forum. So that way those changes don't just occur on the turn of a dime. For instance, look what happened to Kane Hall. Does anyone like that in this room? I personally don't. I'm personally invested in this bill because I have to go now I have to go all the way over to White Creek. I got lost riding a bicycle, and I can only imagine what he had to go through in order to get over there. So I think that says poorly on this campus, and it reflects poorly on the people that made that decision. So when you give this bill consideration, take Kyle and all other constituents of his stature into consideration, and also take former military members such as myself, U.S. Marine Corps, into consideration as well. Thank you for your time, sir.
We'll begin questions with Chair Carlson.
Chair Carlson, Student Services. In the first, therefore let it be inactive, it says the Legislative Relations Team shall be dispatched as the authorized authority in advocating this bill. Can you explain, I guess, the intentions of why, LR being in charge of that and why that kind of falls under their authority?
Well, we are charged with implementing changes that we feel reflects the thoughts of the student body and ensuring that what are in their best interests is what we represent. And we look to enforce those as much as we can to make sure that those things get done to ensure the quality of life and their daily actions on campus.
Yes, Chair Lander.
Chair Lander, LA. Just so you can further clarify this point, looking at whereas 3, it's mentioned that a lot of these kind of changes often take place through state-mandated reforms. And so your goal with this bill is to not just impact Texas A&M policy, but kind of disability services through state-level reform, correct?
That is correct.
Are there any other questions for our presenters? Seeing none, thank you very much. This bill will be referred to the Legislative Affairs Committee.
Thank you.
We'll now go to SB 6856, the Student Region Selection Process Act. The authors could please come forward. They'll have 2 minutes.
All right, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So, let's jump. For those of you not aware, every 2 years, SGA is in charge of selecting 2 applicants to be considered for the position of student regent. These applicants are then forwarded on to the chancellor or the governor for appointment. In the past, there's been a bill written that made a process for this selection, or created a selection process, but it was never codified. It was a bill, so it was enacted for that session. So this is essentially reverberating exactly what happened then, is in codifying that process, so something isn't done just kind of on a whim by one of the leaders of SGA on their own, making a selection that's arbitrary or something of that nature. This will go to a committee. I'm totally open to suggestions to this, what's proposed, but I think that it's worked pretty well so far, so that's what I started with. Is anyone here to add? Not open to questions.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Rules and Regulations Committee. Now moving to SB 6857, the SGA Constituency Outreach Act.
All right, howdy, Senate. I'm just going to get started on this. So, Constituency Outreach Act. This is coming back to something that I said a while earlier about a bill regarding the fact that we have kind of a weak outreach program as it stands. And again, no fault of anybody here. It's just kind of what we've been doing. But and something that was mentioned by a previous presenter is the trustee versus delegate thing. And I don't think that really applies here. And I just want to mention why. This outreach isn't so we could say, okay, I talked to all these people, they gave me this opinion, this is how I'm going to vote on this particular issue. No, this is just making people aware that SGA is a thing, the Senate is a thing, this is what we do. When you run into a problem, we are here to help. There is an outlet. It's amazed me in this past couple of weeks how many people told me, oh yeah, well, I ran into this, even sometimes a very trivial issue on campus, and they just go, yeah, well, I don't know where to go. I talked to my advisor, or I talked to my professor or something, and said, oh, that's just how it is. And they just stopped. They had no idea that SGA does stuff like this on a daily basis. So this is just a bill that kind of adds, oh, okay. It kind of adds a few specific things that will utilize the caucus leader position and actually reaching out to their caucuses, which is something that I mean, at least for the caucus of engineering, I don't think happens all that often. I can't speak for every caucus, but it's further utilizing the position that we have that hasn't always been used so much in the past. Also, with should the new executive constituency affairs be added, utilizing them and the constituency affairs chair of student senate to have a more robust outreach program. There's a few details. I implore you to read through the bill and talk to me about it, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Any questions?
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Rules and Regulations Committee. Yes. Yes, President.
President, off campus, I have a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move to deviate the agenda and go to SB 6863, the Mental Health Services Improvement Bill.
Motion to deviate for 6863 has been made. All in favor of doing so, or seconded, all in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That passes.
Sorry.
The chair will bring to the attention of the body that we do have the chance to get through all these. We have about 20 minutes and 6 bills, so let's just try to keep everything going.
Hi.
Start out that long.
So administration has actually started meeting and having conversations about this, so I just want to make sure that we for sure get there and start talking about it. I'm just a sponsor, so I will let you take over.
Howdy, Senate.
Aye.
So this is the Mental Health Services Improvement Bill, which is calling for more counseling, more counselors to be added to student counseling services. Currently, students face about 4-week wait time, so they're trying to meet with counselors about important things to do with mental health services. 4-week wait times is a ridiculous amount of time, and adding more staff would seriously reduce that amount of wait. They currently see about 700 students per week, so adding more counselors will allow them to see more, like I said, 3 month wait times. Also, we want to deal with the state policy that will allow, currently there's no set policy to be dealt with when students who pose a risk to themselves or others. There's no set way to ask them to step away from the university in order to seek treatment, so we want to advocate for that at the state level. Also, mental health policy is decided at the state level. There's no mandate for universities to decide for themselves, and all universities are affected by this issue, which is why it's more effectively dealt with for LR to advocate for these changes at the state level.
So I just want to kind of highlight a couple of things. We have one of the highest counselor to student ratios in the state of Texas and also in the SEC. And so that's something that we really want to focus on, making sure those services are there for the students that need it, so they can get the help sooner than later. So I think that's something that's really important. And other than that, come to the committee meeting if you have questions. We'll be more than happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Student Services Committee. We'll now move to Pierce. SB 6859, the Ball Street Bill.
All right. Howdy, Senate. You see how I write bills just so I can say howdy, Senate? But no, seriously, this is something that I've had like 5 or 6 people email me really fast. This has just happened very recently. So to my knowledge, and this might be something that just needs to be shot down in committee. I'm really not sure. So I'm just trying to be openly honest with all of you. I found out, again, through multiple emails that there's these Ball Street lots 1, 2, and 3 that engineers rely on daily for parking to get to their engineering courses that are being closed with less than a month's notice. And again, a lot of these people had general parking passes with intent to use these lots for the semester for their parking. It's a little bit of a walk, but it's still very close to engineering campus, and there's not a lot of parking options right over there, for those of you who are aware. And it would require them to park all the way on West Campus and bus over. So it's an inconvenience. But again, it's something that I've been contacted quite a bit about, and I wanted to have something ready when I look into it more, it actually becomes a legitimate problem we can do something about. So this is just something to throw in committee to have that, to where we don't have to wait another 4 weeks to actually get something passed should it become an issue. I'll open the questions from there.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this is referred to the Student Services Committee. Now move to SB 6862, the CPR Abolition Act.
Yay.
2 minutes beginning time.
Howdy, I won't take very long. You're going to notice this bill is really blank. The whereases are blank, and the reason for that is because I thought that anyways, they're just blank. And so I can explain to you what the whereases are going to be. For starters, for those of you who don't know what CPR is, it's because Student Senate and SG as a whole have not done it since it was first established in the 65th session. And you can find it on page 126 of the code. So basically what CPR is supposed to be is it's supposed to be this huge council of 12 people made up of exec, Senate, and J-Court that ask a category of questions. It doesn't give you the category of questions to every member or committee or commission to kind of write this guideline to give back to Senate of like, here's when all of the committees were founded, or it can be here's how they spent their money. And I reached out to a lot of the committees through the process of starting CPR, and a lot of them feel like they already answered these questions during the finance part of the beginning of the year. So the main establishment of CPR, it says, is to help guide that and inform the finance chair, and the finance chair is already allocated $50,000, so it doesn't really matter now whether or not they've already answered the questions. And so basically, I'll answer a lot more about this because it's pretty confusing. It's supposed to clear up, and I messaged the people in the 60-day session, and they couldn't explain it to me. So it's just a lot of gray area, and I'd like for the code to be a little bit more black and white. So getting rid of the stuff that we don't do that doesn't really need to be done. So,
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the rules and regulations. I'm moving to SB 6860, the Block 50 labeling bill.
Howdy, Senate, it's me, Ed. So this is pretty simple bill. Again, directly applicable to engineering campus. Lot 50 is a huge lot, very deep parking lots, or parking rows. Anyway, so there's evidence of these mounting hardware for signs that would label A, B, C on the roads, which makes it easier to find where your car is. It's very difficult when you're walking by to see, especially if you don't drive a lifted truck to see your car, which is probably 3/4 of you, not the stereotype, but you know, this is Texas anyway. So, yeah, just a little bit of humor. It's been a long meeting. Anyway, so this is just saying, well, it'd be great if like the other half of the signs that were maybe torn down in hurricanes or whatever the heck happens, old age, I don't know, throw some more signs up there so students can find their cars. Minimal cost, just, you know, the mounting hardware is there. We just need like an A or something to go up on the light poles where they used to be. So very simple bill. That's all there is to it. Open to questions.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the student services. Now we do a period presentation for SB 6861, the accelerated ticket notification bill. 2 minutes, beginning at
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
This bill, we pretty much wrote it out. Just all it is to require more advance notice for like when we get tickets or before being moved or like our cars be relocated or towed. It requires that for most events that an hour, at least an hour's notice through email or some sort of notification that before any permitted vehicle be relocated or moved. And this goes like right along with what Wade Beckman was talking about earlier, where it is if they do try to increase ticketing fees and stuff, we would like the advance notice so before that happens.
Yeah, and it all came about because actually a friend of mine, and he parked his car in a lot where he was allowed to for nights and weekends, right? And he forgot about it. And it wasn't a 30-minute lot, it wasn't anything special, but got caught up in something else, ended up being a couple hours. He got a ticket, right? Well, three hours later, they decided, oh, he still hasn't moved it. We're just going to relocate it somewhere all the way to the other end of campus. It's not towed, it's not impounded, just we moved it. So I feel like that's a little bit excessive. If you email the person or notify them in some way and they don't come and get their car within an hour, you know, people forget, then it's more fair. This is just trying to put actual ruling on the website in the parking regulations saying, you know, you at least have that hour after you're notified to come move your car because, you know, we're students, we're visitors. Sometimes we get busy, we forget that parking rules change constantly.
15 seconds.
And I open the questions.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the student services. Now moving to SB 6864, the LOKAL app bill.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Pretty much what this local app does is what this bill does is it distinguishes the local app as a recommended application for incoming students. I have it on my phone. The infrastructure is there. It's built for Aggies with that. It's built by Aggies for Aggies. Advertises opportunities for students to get involved, as well as advertising Bryan College Station events throughout the year. There is a Gig 'em Week app, and I believe that this app and the Gig 'em Week app could work together very well. During Gig 'em Week, what this app does that the other one does not is that it advertises throughout the year. So this is the ultimate app for any student in general who wants to be involved. So That's all.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, this bill is referred to student services. Now moving to open session, beginning with Senator Chen. Do you have a motion, sir?
Yes, sir. Move to bring up a active in protest.
Okay, cool. You got a, who's it from?
What, that's Chet.
That'll be the information.
Chet, the top one?
Chen.
Chet. Yeah.
And
Which one?
left. And then to just have a second, I assume it does. So yeah, let's consider it. You'll have 2 minutes.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Well, this bill just states that we need to have informationals before Student Senate filing begins so that students know what they're getting into for Student Senate, which I think will help a lot of communities have an idea what Student Senate does or is. So that's basically it.
Don't want to take your time. Any questions?
All right, are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the.
Should be on our.
Is it not okay?
Yes.
To the Rules and Regulations Committee. And the next one I saw was Turner. Okay, Chair Clark.
Chair Penny, CR, I'd like to introduce the open session.
Yes, sir, what is it?
It's called the texting bill.
Texting bill.
Texting bill.
Just about to have a second, that's who does, so the senators. Chair Clark.
So while what they're planning that, currently the College Station City Council is discussing a ban for any distracted driving whatsoever. Currently, there's also a reckless driving law, which pretty much if you're using your phone or doing anything at all, using a burger, you're swerving, the cop will pull you over and issue you a ticket. What we're worried is that the cop could be driving and seeing you using your phone and not swerving and just pulling you over for what you're doing, but not how it's affecting your driving. So I ask for you to vote for this bill, let it go into CR, I'm assuming, let Wayne do his magic, and we'll see y'all in 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is this bill at?
It is being considered as new business.
Online.
Oh.
It's in the new business folder.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Community Relations Committee. Now go to Senator Turner.
Students are off campus, motion to issue some 2 flights till I die bill.
Motion to consider the 2 apply till I die bill has been made for second. Has been seconded. You may please come forward and present your bill for 2 minutes.
Well, howdy, Senate. Thanks so much for your time. When I ran initially for Student Senate, that's one thing that I really wanted to bring to this campus. It's been a year-long process getting this together. I've been talking with SSC to make this happen for a while, and I've done it. I've had to present to us, and now it's before you vote on it in 2 weeks. Essentially, what it does is improves the quality of our toilet paper from the stuff that we have now to AngelSoft. We run the numbers. If you want to go and talk to me about it after,
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, this bill is referred to Student Services Committee. Any other bill for open session? Seeing none, open session is closed. Now we're going to hear the committee reports. So if you please, we have 7 minutes. You please briefly go down. Before we begin, I will go ahead and set the special committee Chair Clark's time for Wednesday at 8:30. Because I know a lot of you are probably on committees that meet at 7. So sorry, you're gonna have a packed Wednesday if you're on that committee next week. But anyways, we'll go to Senator Lane. Chair Lane.
Thank you. Chair Lander, LA. We will meet a little 15 minutes early this week so we can do some joint stuff. We'll meet at 6:45, same place in the table in Colbis, because we have a bill that has some very legitimate concerns, and if that's reasonable for me to move that time up. Hope y'all got the joke. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none? All right, Chair Finney.
Hi, everybody, CR people, I have your contact information, we'll make a group meet tomorrow morning, we'll discuss, timing and location, expect Wednesday most likely. This is the, tablecloth banner that we have, that TR has graced CA. So, that's it.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Cheer Bob CA.
I finally got tablecloth, guys!
Hours will happen, next week, Wednesday.
Please stand order.
Sorry I wasn't there last week up in Costa Rica. I did do tabling hours in Costa Rica, but no one showed up, sadly. So, MSC, I'll send out the Google Doc. Other than that, thanks again.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair Hood.
Chair Hood, Finance. Actually, I'm going to be canceling the meeting this week. We don't have any legislation, and yeah. And I would just like to very briefly apologize to the two other authors of 6835. I insinuated, whether intentionally or not, that they did not communicate when I was not in the communications after I took my name off the bill, so I had no right to assume whether or not they were communicating afterwards. So I'd like to apologize to the two other authors for that. And that is all.
Are there any questions, Chair Hood? Yes, Senator Chen.
And just clarify what we're talking about next meeting.
No meeting.
All right, then we'll go to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. All right, so whereas we only have one bill in committee, let's just do here at Cole this Wednesday at 8. Sorry to drag you guys down for that, but with the advent of that other meeting being at 8:30, it works out pretty well. So if anyone has a problem with that, please let me know, and we can talk in a group and discuss another time. But for now, let's go ahead and go with that. And that's all.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, Chair Carlson.
All right, howdy guys. So we have quite a few pieces of legislation. We're going to meet at the normal time, Wednesday at 6. Hopefully it'll work out well to where, there's a couple of bills, one in my committee, one in Traillanders committee, that kind of are crossover. So we're going to do a little bit of a joint committee meeting. That's why he's meeting a little bit early at 6:45. So we're going to carry over end ours with that, and he's going to start his with those two. But other than that, anybody have any questions?
Seeing no questions, thank you very much, sir. Oh, sorry.
6 o'clock Wednesday, normal time.
Perfect. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Chair Sonka is.
Chair Sonka, rules and regs. We'll be meeting next Wednesday at 8 p.m. One word I have to say about the rules: if you don't have speaking privileges, you're on exec. Please refrain and share with your cabinet members to refrain from knocking. That's a way to communicate, support one or another, and it's not appropriate for people who don't have speaking privileges to knock. So go ahead and share that with members of your team. Other than that, good job. Everyone else following the rules and other things. Student Rules Committee will meet next Friday regarding a few access things. If you're interested in what's going on there, talk to either me or Speaker Mitchell and without much questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go to Pro Tem Dean.
We're good being off campus. Just to clarify, the person that puts out the placards and does the CP and IT is me. So that is the position that handles the shades that the SPQ is speaking of. Our IA will be meeting at 11 a.m. on March 6th for a brunch over IA. I promised y'all we would have one this semester. It's going to be this week. So, if y'all would like to join us at brunch, please, I will let you know where it's at when I decide where we're going. So that's where we're going to be having, yeah, it's probably going to be the corner. So, IA is open to everybody.
Are there any questions for Pro Tem Dean? Seeing none, sorry about long, great meeting. For you guys, close the roll call.
Where is the? SPQ Benigno. Chief Justice Smith.
Howdy.
Speaker Mitchell.
Howdy.
Myself, Chair Sonka.
Howdy.
Page.
Howdy.
Finney.
Howdy.
Lander.
Howdy.
Carlton.
Howdy.
Hood.
Howdy.
Bosworth.
Howdy.
Gordon. Allen.
Howdy.
Walker.
Howdy.
Gross. Howdy. Renfro. Smith. Chapman. DeBoer.
Howdy.
Rose. DeLeon. Hendricks. Henderson. Hess.
Howdy.
Lambert. Turpin. Howdy. Gillen. Cook.
Howdy.
Speak.
Howdy.
Patel. Patel, Habib, Blair, Shoot Howard, Kubiar, howdy, Kubla, Boo, Shallot, howdy, Dave, howdy, Lavin, Rithian, Clark, Price, Riolas,
Am I not?
Blackman, Bonin, Brennan, Shin. No, I can't hear. Shin.
Howdy.
Thank you. It's fine. Collins, Cuevas, Emmons, Giles, Gill, Hemphill, Hutton, Cruz, Langston, Loving, McNair, Mendoza, Bertha, Keel, Rao, Simpson, Adams, Strother, Trano, Turner.
I was like, what?
Hey, someone help me stack the chairs in the back and be really rude. I'll get you cookies.
Are you
If you're on the campus planning committee, let's meet in the hallway.
Or operator, if you want to have fun, operator. If you want to have fun, mark the president if he's going to take for it. Like in the Neanderthal.
You're gonna give me 6
I